Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for gathering us all today in this important endeavor. We ask that you bestow your guidance and blessing upon each attendee. May we honor one another by keeping an open mind. May we voice our truth and listen with an open heart. Bless everyone present today, that each may be able to share his or her contributions and gifts. Grant good health and safety to loved ones left outside this room, and bestow peace and goodwill to all of us. We ask for your wisdom and grace to use our talents for the betterment of others. May the various activities related to this day be a success through your intervention. With gratitude, we offer this prayer in your name. Amen.
Okay, a pleasant morning to everyone. On behalf of Silliman University, welcome to our online conference on educational technology integration. This event is brought to you by the Dr. Mariano C. Lau Global Studies Center in collaboration with the MAED Educational Technology Program. To officially begin, we call our director of the Dr. Mariano C. Lau Global Studies Center and the coordinator of the MAED Educational Technology, Dr. Dave E. Marshall, for his welcome remarks. Dr. Marshall?
Good. Thank you, Russ, and good morning, everyone. Good morning,
Good morning,
good
sir.
afternoon, and good evening, especially to our speakers. I think very early in the morning, as early as 2 a.m. Thank you very much, which will be introduced later. Good morning to all participants from across the Philippines and abroad. On behalf of Silliman University and Dr. Mariano Silao Global Studies Center, I warmly welcome to our first online conference on educational technology. The event brings researchers and lifelong learners to explore how we can meaningful technology change learning. Our conference is basically composed of three main parts. First, which is in the morning session, we will hear a series of talks from our invited speakers, our partners in educational technology at Silliman University, who will cover four major areas in technology integration: curriculum, pedagogy, assessment, and instructional design. These insights reflect both global trends and grounded practices. Second, which is in the first half of the afternoon, I am proud that our MAED educational technology students will present their literature reviews. Each one highlight knowledge practices and their alignment with specific learning outcomes and learning practices, such as constructivism, behaviorism, connectivism, and construct. In the later half of the afternoon, we will listen to another series of research presentations, which are actually class outputs from our graduate students in the master's and PhD program, focusing on varied topics related to technology integration, specifically in teaching, in research, and community extension efforts, especially at the Global Study Center. Today, this lineup of activities and lineup of talk is not just talking about educational technology. We hope that we can shape the future of technology, one inspired idea and one bold step at a time. Once again, welcome to this academic space where knowledge meets purpose and innovation meets compassion. As you listen to today's talk and presentation, I encourage you to reflect on how each insight can be transformed into action, whether in your classroom, in our communities, and or your personal learning. Let this conference not just be a day of learning, but a catalyst for change where your passion for education is reignited, your imagination is stretched, and your commitment to quality teaching and inclusive learning is deepened. Let us learn together, grow together, and lead together. Padayon, let's go on and make this day here. Our minds, but you're muted, Raz.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Marshall. At this point, we would also like to acknowledge all of our participants, educators, students, researchers, and lifelong learners from various institutions across the country and abroad. So may I ask a thumbs up from our participants who are coming from Luzon. Where are you? From Luzon? Okay. A heart from those from Mindanao. Where are you? Mindanao. And a smiley perhaps from those coming from Visayas. And how about those abroad? A raise of hands from outside the Philippines. Okay, thank you very much for joining us. Okay, your presence signifies our commitment to innovation, uh, yeah, and your commitment as well to innovation in education. No? So to begin our plenary session, we are honored to welcome Dr. Wafa Orniki, a professor of Zain Al-Khor University in Delfa, Algeria. Dr. Erniki is a passionate scholar in curriculum and digital learning transformation. Her talk is titled Curriculum Innovation in the Digital Age, Strategies for EdTech Integration. This session will highlight forward-thinking approaches to curriculum development, aligned with the 21st century skills and digital transformation priorities. And let us now give our virtual applause to Dr. Orniki.
Thank you so
Dr. Wafa,
much. Thank you so much. Happy to be
good
with you.
morning. Good day, Dr. Wafa.
Hello. It's late evening here in Algeria, yet I
Good
feel
evening.
very thrilled and happy to be among you here today. And I would like to thank the amazing director, Dr. Dave Imasha, whom I feel always pleased whenever I receive an invitation from him. I feel very motivated and enthusiastic because of the amazing work he always do. So without further ado, first of all, let me say a few words. It's really a true privilege to be here. And I would like first to express my sincere gratitude to the director manager, Dr. Dave, for the kind invitation and for championing discussion that bring research, innovation, and even classroom practice together. Today, um, Today, I'll be presenting on a theme that merges two transformative elements in education, which are ESP instruction and artificial intelligence, with a focus on how ChatGPT can enhance needs analysis and course design. So first of all, let me share my screen. Please, would you allow me, Dr. Rasa? I'm not allowed to share my screen. Yeah.
In a moment, Dr. Wafa.
Yeah, thank you. It's a pleasure to see you and the whole team.
The pleasure is the same, ma'am. We're happy to see you.
Thank you.
I think you can share now.
Yeah. Can you see my screen? Is it
Yes.
displayed? All right.
Perhaps you can go to your presenter view.
Yeah, okay. So to begin, let us reflect briefly on the foundation of ESP, or English for Specific Purposes. ESP is valued as it aligns language instruction with the professional or academic goals of students, making it more relevant and even motivating. However, as we transition to a more tech-enhanced educational environment, a pressing question arises. Here, which is, can we use AI to make this alignment more precise and efficient? This question has led us to explore how AI, particularly ChatGPT, can redefine two fundamental stages of ESP, which are needs analysis and course design. This brings us together to the core issue of this presentation. While AI tools are gaining popularity, their practical use in education, especially for tailoring instruction, remains underexplored. Traditional methods, however, of course planning and even needs analysis are considered to be time-consuming, often lack personalization, and fall short in handling large or even diverse learner population. Hence, our investigation or our research was motivated by a gap between what we know about AI's potential and how it's actually being applied in ESP contexts. Therefore, building on this issue or problem, we structured our study around two key objectives. First, we intend to explore how can AI optimize the process of identifying the student's needs. Second, we intend to examine whether integrating AI into course design would improve the quality, efficiency, and even engagement of ESP instruction. Logically, these objectives led us to two crucial research questions. How do AI technologies streamline and improve needs analysis in education? The second question is, how do AI-driven methods compared with traditional approaches in terms of effectiveness, time efficiency, and even learner satisfaction? Based on these questions, we have proposed the following hypotheses. First, AI would enhance the efficiency and accuracy of needs analysis. Second, we presuppose that AI-supported course design would outperform traditional methods in terms of personalization and even learner satisfaction. So let's together consider the traditional methods of needs analysis. You know what we usually do when we intend to conduct needs analysis questionnaire? We need to prepare a needs analysis questionnaire, distribute it to the learners in order to identify their needs. So to better understand this, let's have a quick look at the two approaches. How can we conduct needs analysis in traditional way and with the help or the use of artificial intelligence. So traditionally, needs analysis is conducted through surveys and manual codings. While valuable, this method is slow and prone to bias. In contrast, AI tools like NLP can analyze even the open-ended questions or responses at a scale by uncovering even hidden patterns and extract meaningful insights quickly and even objectively. So, as you can see, in our case, we first used a traditional questionnaire to collect data on students' level, attitudes of learning English, and even their preferences of or favorable teaching styles. This is the traditional way. Yet, even with a well-structured survey, the manual interpretation of responses posed some limitations. This highlighted the need for a better tool that could process large amounts of feedback while preserving nuances. So can you see how much time consuming it is to conduct needs analysis in the traditional way? So let's explore together how AI can provide us with a better, more precisely ChatGPT, a way for course design and even needs analysis. The same challenge applies to course design. Yeah. The same challenge applies to course design. Before AI, ESP courses were often static. Topics have been drawn from textbooks, just trying to teach general English through grammar structures, instruction, and materials were loosely connected to the learner's fields. It was really hard to find the appropriate material to be delivered for the ESP learners. Nowadays, you can just type or ask the ChatGPT to provide you with the material appropriate and that can be even aligned to the needs of the learners. So, while efforts were made to align content with professional domains, real-time adaptability was unfortunately absent. So here are some samples of the traditionally designed courses. Now, let's move on to AI-powered course design. This is where AI truly transforms the landscape with tools like ChatGPT. Instructors can generate more interactive tasks, real-world scenarios, okay? So, and even language materials tailored to individual learner profiles. As we all know, that IA platforms can even adjust content dynamically. What does it mean, adjust content dynamically? Instead of what we call ongoing assessments in the ESP course design, ChatGPT can adjust. Whenever you provide the feedback, it can adjust the course to better suit, satisfy the learner's needs. And this would make learning more flexible, engaging, and even effective, most importantly. So, in the light of all this, we would conclude that integrating ChatGPT into ESP instruction can bring about significant advancements in both efficiency and personalization, mainly in curriculum development. By automating routine processes and generating data-driven insights, ChatGPT not only enhances needs analysis, but also enables the creation of a more adaptive, student-centered courses. However, with the greater power comes great responsibility. We need to talk about the ethical aspects at this level. We must ensure that AI integration is guided by principles of equity, transparency, and even data privacy. So, as general recommendations, as we look to the future, we make the following important recommendations. We would recommend institutionalize the use of AI in educational planning, We need to train educators to use AI tools responsibly and effectively. We need to encourage collaboration between language instructors, technologists, and educational researchers for more effective and even responsible use of AI tools. We need to regularly evaluate AI tools to ensure continuous improvement and even accountability. And last but not least, we need to foster a culture of innovation where experimentation with the new tools is welcomed and supported. Okay, I would like just to end up my presentation with a few words. To conclude, I would like to thank once again all the team of Suleiman University, each by his name and position. And special thanks again goes to Dr. Dave for bringing us here together today. So let us move forward with a shared vision, one where AI doesn't replace the teacher, but enhances the teacher's ability to meet learners where they are and guide them where they need to go. Thank you so much for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wafa, for delivering your talk. No, so we are now going to our question and answer segment of this presentation. So we have a question from the chat. Perhaps you'd like to answer this. So the question goes, how can curriculum design integrate AI-driven innovation while preserving localized, contextualized content to ensure culturally responsive and future-proof education?
Would you
So
please, Dr. Rachel, could you please
yeah,
repeat the question?
I repeat the question. No?
Yeah.
So how can curriculum design integrate AI-driven innovation while
Mhm.
preserving localized and contextualized context to ensure culturally responsive and future-proof education?
Yeah, well, this is a question, it contains different questions inside
Yes.
anyway, but let me try to answer. I commented how emphasized the use of AI with a proper evaluation. That was brief and concise discussion. I comment on how you emphasized the use of AI with proper evaluation. Well, the question is that I wanted in my presentation today to show how can AI be a facilitator. As I've stated in the conclusion that we as teachers can never be replaced by AI tools, okay, as our roles as guides, as facilitators. However, we need to take advantage or profit of such tools in different aspects of curriculum development, in the selection of material. Nowadays, even with ChatGPT 4, we can have videos as a material for to help us deliver courses that align with the students' needs. I'm talking here about the ESP course. For example, if I'm teaching engineering students, I need to bring a material that has to do with their fields of specialism. In the past, our roles as ESP practitioners was much more difficult and complicated because, as we all know, that the ESP instructor plays 5 roles in addition to his role as a general language instructor. He's supposed to be a researcher, a course designer, material provider. He's an evaluator. He is a collaborator. So AI has come to make all these difficulties easier. So we can just log in, find a program, for example, collaborate with subject matter instructors about the current delivered program, and then I just introduce it to ChatGPT. He can provide me with all the suggested materials that I can deliver. You see how easy it is? Not like searching. Even the analysis of when we design a needs analysis questionnaire, it used to take us a long time to interpret the analysis, try to find the data in order to design the course. Now just introduce ChatGPT will do all the work. So it can be done in 5 minutes. That's what I'm explaining here. How can we make use of AI tools to facilitate the curriculum design or the course design, mainly for ESP in my presentation? Yes.
I see,
Any
Dr.
other
Wafa.
questions?
Thank you.
Okay.
So I'd like to further ask about the how about the localized content, ma'am, of AI, the development of curriculum design, being it local. So we have
What do you mean exactly, Russell, or the person who has asked the question by being local, localized?
I see. I think, ma'am, the the context of the question is that since AI is mostly developed in Western countries,
Mm-hmm.
the prompts, the database are usually coming from Western countries, right? So in the context of the Philippines, how can we develop our curriculum so that it will be relatable to the students of the Philippines,
Okay, so
given that the data
all
is
these
from
can be asked as a material selection. Dr. Russell, what I was telling you is that you type for ChatGPT, for example, what you are studying for engineering, you ask him exactly what you want, and he will provide you with the needed data, even if it has been created from the Western countries. So you just provide him with the information, with the cultural even context, and AI tools are able to generate exactly what you are looking for.
I
Mhm.
see. Okay. Thank you for that, Dr. Wafa.
You're
So
welcome.
another question from our audience, it's in
Mhm.
the chat. What was the most difficult part in using technology when you designed your curriculum?
What was the most difficult part? Repeat, please, Dr. Russell. I'm sorry for
What
disturbing you.
what is the most difficult part of using technology when you designed your curriculum?
What was the most? Yeah, it's the collaboration with the specialists. And I always emphasize this point. Language teachers are not that good when it comes to technology. Therefore, they need to collaborate with engineers in terms of interpretation, in terms of the selection of the material, in terms of how we can play and even make use of such a material. Even that's why I would highly recommend that I didn't mention it in my recommendations, effective collaboration between language teachers and educational technologists. This would lead to an effective curriculum design. I do insist and I do believe in that collaboration between the two would lead to effective outcomes and innovative curriculum design.
I see. So thank you very much, Dr. Wafa.
Uh-huh.
So
I
it's
can see
about
something in the chat
collaboration.
box regarding
Yes, there
AI.
is.
Look, in my presentation, I'm sorry, just one last point, if you don't mind, Dr. Russell. In my presentation, I have given ChatGPT as an example, but as it is indicated in the chat box, that there are different AI tools that can be helpful for the design. That's why, again, this would, let's say, emphasize the point I have just clarified, that the collaboration, I may ignore, for example, now about all the different AI tools, but the technologist would be aware of the development of such tools and may even help him with a much more developed tools, not only ChatGPT. Yeah.
Yes, yes, of course. So there is
Mhm.
I think that is the limitation of the scope and limitation of the research, ma'am, right? So, of course, there's a comment that was tackled moments ago, and if there are other questions from our participants, you may perhaps unmute yourself
Yeah.
or put it in the chat box with regard to the topic on curriculum innovation in the digital age strategies for edtech integration. Okay, if there are none, uh, can we proceed now to the awarding of certificate for Dr. Wafa?
Thank you so much.
Okay, so this certificate of recognition is given to Dr. Wafa or Nikki, in grateful recognition for her invaluable contribution as a speaker during the celebration of the Educational Technology Day with the presentation titled Curriculum Innovation in the Digital Age Strategies for EdTech Integration, held live via Zoom on May 10, 2025, organized by, of course, Dr. Mariana Lau and the MaEdTech Technology Program. The College of Education, Silliman University, signed by our director, Dr. Dave Marshall. Thank you very much, Dr. Wafa.
Thank you so
And
much once more. A
perhaps you'd
pleasure.
like to give us a little smile so we can take a screenshot
Yeah,
of
for
your
sure. Though it's
this
too early in
award.
the morning, but I'll try to.
Oh, you're looking good as ever, ma'am. Anyway, sige.
Thank you.
Uh, okay, thank you very much, Dr. Wafa. So now we would like to proceed to our next presenter. Our next distinguished speaker is Professor Dr. Rania Lampu, a globally awarded educator and senior STEAM policy advisor from the Ministry of Education in Greece. Under the Directorate of Educational Technology and Innovation, she will present the Pedagogy Technology Nexus Innovations in Teaching and Learning, which explores the intersection of educational theory and emerging technologies, offering insights into transformative and inclusive digital pedagogy. Let us warmly welcome Dr. Professor Dr. Rania Lampu. Dr. Lampu, please take the
Warm greetings
cake.
from Athens, from Greece. I'm very honored, very happy,
Good
very
evening to you.
excited. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you
Yes, I
are.
am.
I can hear you.
I would like to extend my hearty congratulations to all organizers of Silliman Online University Learning for setting up this great event today. I would like to warmly thank Dr. Dave Marshall for the kind invitation. And it's my pleasure to welcome you all me too to today's event centered around the theme that actually resonates deeply with the future of education because we're living in an era where the boundaries between teaching and technology are not just intersecting, but now they are converging, reshaping the very fabric of how we educate, how we learn and grow. And before starting sharing my presentation, I want to say that technology is no longer just a tool, it's a partner in pedagogy. And innovation is unlocking new possibilities for student engagement, for, of course, personalized learning, as previous speaker said, for teacher empowerment at the same time. So today, my main topic is about pedagogy, technology nexus, innovations in teaching and learning. But this nexus is not without its question, how we integrate technology without losing the essence of human connection education. How can we use innovation to reduce, not widen the equity gap? And most importantly, how do we ensure that pedagogy remains at the heart of every tech decision we make? The main part of my presentation will focus also on data-driven pedagogy, how analytics and learning management systems are shaping education, because education is undergoing, as I said before, a profound transformation driven not only by technology, but also by the intelligent and the responsible use of data. So across classrooms, we have seen a shift in how teaching is delivered, how learning is measured, and how student success is supported. Learning management systems, once used only for course delivery, now have become powerful hubs of insight because they track engagement, they identify learning gaps, and help us personalize instruction in ways never before possible. But data alone, of course, is not the goal. It's how we use data that truly matters. And as educators, administrators, policymakers, technology leaders, we are called to ask important questions. How can we use analytics to improve outcomes without losing the human touch? How can we ensure equity without interpreting data from diverse student populations, and how can these systems empower both the students and teachers rather than overwhelm them? Thank you for being here once again. Look forward to a meaningful and engaging conversation at the end. My favorite part is Q&A questions. So I will start sharing my presentation now. I don't know if it's visible.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay, can you see also the change of slides?
Yes, ma'am, we can see it.
Okay, thank you, thank you. So the integration of technology has already significantly reshaped traditional teaching methodologies in several ways. The previous speaker mentioned about AI. You know that the first school without teachers is already a reality in UK. In UK, we have the first AI classroom. It's a pilot school, and we're waiting to see what is happening. We're all waiting for this result. Of course, this has sparked debates all around the world. Recently, also, we have seen leaders, for example, Mark Zuckerberg announced that 90% of his coding activities will be replaced by AI. So you can understand that programmers, I don't think that will exist in the next 5 years. Already programming and coding is becoming more and more sophisticated by AI. And many companies nowadays, more and more companies have started, unfortunately, to fire their employees and replace their tasks with AI chatbots and things like that. So let's say all this shift, this entails, of course, first pedagogical shift. This is a shift from teacher-centered, learner-centered approach, of course, more has access to information, more blended and flipped learning models, and differentiated learning, adaptive learning, because here technology enables the customization, the tailoring of learning experiences to fit the individual needs, spaces, and preferences of students. So adaptive learning technologies, such as AI-based platforms, provide these personalized pathways for each learner. Why? Because these tools track student progress, they adjust the difficulty level, or suggest additional resources based on performance. Especially talk about special education, how these platforms enable us, for example, the special education needs. They help us with early identification of learning challenges. You know, in the past, for example, students who had dyslexia, they reached the age of 17 years old and they didn't know that they have dyslexia. So you can understand that this is a gift already. Already AI, these platforms are a gift because we can help actually, especially students with learning difficulties, to be aware of these kinds of challenges. This contrasts with traditional one-size-fits-all instruction, and where all students were expected to progress at the same rate regardless of their understanding of the material. More collaborative tools and more data-driven instruction. I will focus on this later. And gamification, which is very, we have here elements of gaming, points, levels, badges, which are based on brain-based learning, what we call brain-compatible learning, because here all these elements are incorporated to educational activities to increase motivation, what we call the reward-pleasure system in the brain, the positive reinforcement, as we say, and the sense of achievement. So interactive tools like simulations or virtual labs, educational games, make learning more immersive and enjoyable, encouraging students to take an active role in the learning process. We increase the flexibility and accessibility, and of course, teachers is not anymore the sole provider of knowledge, is already a facilitator and guide, is those who assist students in navigating digital resources, provide personalized feedback, encourage self-directed learning, and of course, foster critical thinking rather than only delivering content. Incorporation of multimedia, diverse learning formats. This enables different learning styles to be catered to visual, auditory, kinesthetic learners, enhancing, of course, engagement and understanding. So technological innovations, emerging technologies have the most significant impact on learning because we talk about more interactive learning environments, collaborative learning, the access to resources, creation and expression, and how adaptive systems personalize student experience. Okay, we mentioned before about interactive learning environments. For example, I can mention interactive whiteboards now, like a Jamboard or Miro, allow students to collaboratively build knowledge by contributing ideas, making connections, visualizing relationships. Platforms like Duolingo adjust the difficulty of tasks based on user performance. Discussion boards and forums allow learners to discuss concepts and co-construct knowledge by exchanging ideas, feedback, and resources. The access to resources and diverse perspectives is related with inquiry-based learning. And there are digital tools also which can support ongoing reflection and formative assessment through tools like portfolios or CISO, Google Sites, and self-assessment quizzes. These tools let learners track their own progress, document their learning journey, and revise their understanding. Real-time feedback through tools like Socrative or quizzes enable students to immediately reflect on their understanding and adjust accordingly. And for creation also and expression, students can use digital tools to design, to share their learning in various formats such as videos, podcasts, blogs, or websites. Tools like Adobe Spark or WeVideo allow students to express their understanding creatively, helping them to internalize knowledge through production. And all these adaptive learning systems are related with data collection first. These systems continuously collect data on students' interactions, performance, and learning patterns. They're also able to collect data on their mental health well-being, and this is very, very important. So this can include quiz results, for example, time spent on tasks, and even the type of questions students struggle with. So we have already the facial recognition. From the face, we can understand if a student struggles with a difficult concept. And this way, accordingly, we can adjust a lesson plan. It's about real-time analysis because using algorithms, adaptive learning systems analyze data to identify specific areas where student is excelling or struggling. Based on the data analysis, the system adjusts it before the content presented to each student. And the system, of course, can change the pace of learning for each student, and it's about always immediate feedback. It's about motivation, because if we adapt, if we tailor a lesson plan to individual learning needs, then students are less likely to be bored by material that's too easy or frustrated by material that's too hard. And this, of course, boosts motivation. It's about continuous adjustment. The system doesn't just once, it continuously adapts as the student progresses. AI, VR tools, amazing possibilities. VR creates fully immersive environments, allowing learners to experience real-world scenarios in a controlled virtual space. For example, medical students can now simulate surgeries, or history students can walk through ancient civilizations. AR at the same time overlays digital information of the physical world, allowing learners to interact with real-world objects while at the same time receiving additional information. For example, a student studying biology might see 3D representations of cell structures in real time while examining a textbook. We talk about safe simulation in high-risk situations because AR and VR already allow students to engage in simulations that would be dangerous or impractical in real life. For example, I mentioned before the emergency medical situations or emergency situations. We can rehearse rescue operations in hazardous environments. Active engagement exploration, because they both encourage active participation rather than passive observation. In VR scenario, a student, for example, could drive a space shuttle perform laboratory experiments, interact with historical figures, and on the other hand, in AR, a learner might dissect a 3D model of a heart by interacting with it directly in the classroom. At the same time, this provides opportunities for learners with physical abilities to experience simulation. So we talk about increased accessibility and, of course, global and cultural exploration. The role of teacher here is, I mentioned before, it's a facilitator. It's a co-learner and collaborator. It's a data-driven decision maker and, at the same time, a lifelong learner. So now, what about data-driven outcomes? How technology influences student motivation and engagement through all this process of data? We talk about differentiating experiences, real-world connections, autonomy, flexibility, analytics, progress tracking. We're going to discuss about this, and increased collaboration, social learning, because these collaborative digital tools enable collaboration among the students. And this fosters, of course, a sense of community, which can motivate students to actively participate and engage with their peers. Because social learning, when it's done effectively, can also provide emotional and academic support, further motivating students. Learning outcomes can be improved through the use of digital technologies. Yes, I'm going to discuss about this. Having in mind always the challenges, the considerations about implementation, about the lack of teacher training, the equity, the overreliance of technology, etc. Already, I won't focus on this. The ethical implications of AI are related with transparency, with data privacy, issues of privacy, with the risk of depersonalization, the risk of lack of creativity, of critical thinking, and all these principles of the ethical principles of AI, the teacher framework, which are related with transparency, compatibility, responsibility, wide and responsible use. Faculties should always try to balance between data-driven learning, maintaining human connection. How? By emphasizing pedagogical approaches, not just technology, by creating tech-free zones, by promoting always social-emotional learning, cultivating community and belonging, trying to maintain balance in the use of automation, and encourage as much as possible active and reflective learning. We can leverage these technologies to provide real-time feedback, especially in K-12 setting, through these learning management systems, collaborative platforms, interactive assessment tools, automated writing grammar tools, the AI-driven tools, these classroom response systems like Plickers, Poll Everywhere, live video chat performance, digital portfolios like CISO or Google Sites, behavioral feedback tools like ClassDojo or ClassCraft, and voice-activated assistance feedback tools like Google Assistant, Alexa, etc. The best practices for teachers to maximize real-time feedback and support, it's about giving constructive, immediate, specific feedback, encourage self-reflection, differentiate support, and foster a growth mindset. How institutions ensure that digital tools are equitably available to students across economic backgrounds? By providing access to devices, ensuring affordable internet, of course, by more equitable funding models, and by ensuring accessibility of digital content. What policies should be in place to these are related with ethical use always, and equity and fairness policies adapted, of course, to each country. Now, the most important part of my presentation will focus now on the data-driven pedagogy, how analytics and learning management systems are shaping education. First, we need to understand data-driven pedagogy. This involves using quantitative and qualitative data from various education tools and systems in order to make informed instructional decisions. And here we try to identify student learning needs, to tailor content and assessments, to monitor engagement and performance, and enhance curriculum design. So we move from intuition-based teaching to what? To evidence-informed instruction, trying to align more closely with student needs and institutional goals. What is the role of learning management systems? These platforms serve as centralized hubs for course delivery, communication, and data collection. By analyzing discussion participation, for example, or time spent on tasks, by reporting dashboards and early alert systems for at-risk students. These functionalities empower students, empower educators to detect learning patterns, to flag disengagement, and intervene proactively. Learning analytics translate in raw educational data into actionable insights. Common analytics applications in education include what? Predictive modeling to forecast student progress or dropout risk, adaptive learning pathways that adjust content based on performance, and competency tracking in order to ensure mastery of skills. And what could be the benefits of this approach? Of course, we talk about custom pathways, how to customize pathways that support different learning styles, about improved outcomes. It's about teacher support and administrative insights. On the other hand, the challenges already have to do with training gaps, etc. Here we can see what we need to understand. What is a data-driven pedagogy? Is this instructional approach that uses data collected from students, such as test scores or attendance, behavior, assessments, and other performance metrics to inform and adapt teaching methods, curricula, and classroom practices. The goal here is what? Is to tailor instruction to better meet the needs of individual students or groups, therefore improving learning outcomes. What are the key characteristics they use of using data? We regularly analyze qualitative and quantitative data to identify learning gaps and strengths. Lessons are adjusted based on the data to address instructional decisions in real time. Data helps set measurable learning targets for students and track their progress, and teachers may work also in data teams or professional learning communities to review findings and strategies. So here you can see differences from traditional teaching methods. The data-driven pedagogy is based on analysis of student data, traditional teaching methods based on curriculum standards or teacher experiences. Data-driven pedagogy is formative, used for instruction. On the other hand, traditional teaching methods were often summative and used to grade students. Data-driven pedagogy is adjusted frequently on data. In the past, instruction was more static. Now students may engage in self-assessment goal setting. In the past, students typically follow teacher-led instruction. Now we have data analysts. Teachers are becoming, assume new roles. They're becoming data analysts and instructional strategists. In the past, teachers were only primary knowledge. They are those who delivered knowledge only. And if we talk about the feedback loop, now there is a continuous cycle of teaching, of assessing, of adjusting, and in the past, feedback usually came after major test of our assignments. So how can LMS contribute to datafication of education? How? By systematically collecting, storing, and analyzing vast amounts of data about learners, educators, educational processes. These platforms record detailed interactions such as logins, or the time spent on tasks, participation in discussions, the quiz attempts, or resource usage. And this behavioral data then is turned into metrics that quantify student engagement and performance. Then these tools analyze student grades, progress, and patterns over time, helping educators identifying struggling students, adapt instruction, or provide target interventions. And it also supports what we call predictive analytics for outcomes like course completion or dropouts. By analyzing data, we can suggest tailored content, adaptive quizzes, or learning paths that fit individual student needs, therefore operationalizing data-driven education. The data collected can be used to monitor instructor effectiveness, student competence, or institutional performance, raising both opportunities and ethical concerns around privacy and autonomy. And LMS data supports also comparisons across classes, schools, demographics, fostering a more standardized approach to education, but potentially reducing focus on qualitative aspects of learning. So in what ways now can analytics inform instructional design? Analytics reveal patterns in student performance, highlighting areas where learners struggle. So instructional designers can use this data to revise content or provide targeted support. By analyzing individual learning behavior, designers then can tailor instruction to meet diverse needs. By adapting content difficulty, pace, and format for different learners. Analytics can show then which formats, videos, quizzes, readings are most effective or engaging, allowing designers to prioritize or refine these formats. Data such as module completion rates, for example, can help identify bottlenecks or confusing sections, guiding structural changes to improve flow and clarity. And analytics provide also feedback on how well instructional strategies lead to desired outcomes, enable evidence-based refinements over time. Regular collection and analysis of learning data foster a cycle of ongoing improvement, aligning instructional design with real-time learning needs and institutional goals. What are the most widely used LMS platforms, and what data do they usually typically collect? I think the most popular is Google Classroom, which is used by K-12 schools and some higher education institutions. Here, the data collected is from student submissions, participation, the comments and posts, the grades and feedbacks, and the time spent on tasks. Canvas, it's also very popular. Here, the data are collected from course access logs on time and frequency, the assignment quiz submissions, grades and performance analytics, engagement metrics, or discussion participation messages, login patterns, and page views. Moodle, this one was one of the first LMS which appeared. The data collected here are from activity completion tracking, from session logs, from quiz scores, from forum participation, customizable analytics through plugins. Blackboard is also very popular, primarily in higher education. The data here are collected by user engagement metrics, by course material usage, assessment performance, attendance, login frequency, and learning progress dashboards. There are also other platforms like Schoology, and many other amazing tools that we have and platforms at our disposal. So the types of data that usually these platforms typically collect are related with performance data, engagement, behavioral, and demographic data, student profiles, course enrollments, and roles. Adaptive learning technology, personalized learning experience, scaffolding, differentiator, data-driven insights. And what role now do predictive analytics play in identifying at-risk students? Because here we can use historical and real-time data to forecast academic performance and engagement trends. How? First, we talk about early warning systems. Predictive models analyze patterns as attendance, I mentioned before, participation, grades, login frequency, to flag students who may be at risk of failing or dropping out often before they ask for help. Algorithms generate risk scores based on multiple data points, for example, prior academic history or demographic data or course progress, helping educators prioritize interventions. Once identified, at-risk students can receive timely support, such as tutoring, counseling, or personalized outreach, increasing their chances of success. And schools and institutions can also use predictive insights in order to allocate academic support resources more efficiently, focusing efforts where they're most needed. And the analytics also measure how well interventions work over time, allowing continuous refinement of support strategies. So what is the pedagogical impact? Of course, what was mentioned about identifying at-risk students early, and what tools that support learning analytics are related with these LMS dashboards like Canvas Analytics, Moodle Reports, third-party tools, all Power BI, Tableau for Education, early alert systems, Civitas, etc. So what changes might teachers need to make effectively implementing data-driven strategies by developing what we call data literacy, by differentiated instruction, by, of course, now shifting to evidence-based decision-making by using technology proficiently. And in what ways does data-driven pedagogy support differentiated instruction? By grouping students strategically, for example. Teachers can use data to form flexible groups based on current skills levels or learning needs, allowing for targeted instruction within the classroom. Frequent formative assessments generate actionable data, helping teachers adjust the instruction and give timely specific feedback that actually meets individual student goals. Ongoing data collection also supports tracking student growth over time, ensuring that instruction remains aligned with each learner's development. And data reveals which types of activities students respond to best, allowing teachers to tailor experience that increase motivation. Of course, when we talk about equity and ethics, there are ethical issues that arise from the collection and use of data. So you need to be very careful on this, especially principals. In Greece, there was a leak of students' data. There was a scandal, so it was very, very serious. What happened here in my country. So we need to be very careful about students' privacy, about data ownership and control, all these issues. We need to be very, very aware. Best practices to update to mitigate ethical risks, obtain informed consent always, provide opt-out options, always be in contact, of course, with parents, limit data collection to what is necessary, be transparent about data use, how to implement strong data protection, and regularly audit algorithms for bias and accuracy. I think the most important of everything is to limit data collection what's necessary and obtain informed consent. Biases from educational data affects, of course, student outcomes, because this reinforces existing inequities, because this is related with stereotype reinforcement, with a lack of transparency, with discriminatory outcomes. And if we want to address bias in educational data, then we need to apply bias mitigation strategies, data auditing and review, inclusive data representation, and in general, what we call human oversight. Policy design. Policies should always have in mind how to protect student privacy. So we always should always align, we comply with laws regulations, have in mind data encryption. So this needs use strong encryption protocols for both data at rest, what we call stored data, and data in transit, data being transferred. Access control, implement role-based access control, ensuring that only authorized individuals can access sensitive student data. Collect only data necessary for educational purposes and regularly audit and review the data being collected to ensure it remains relevant. For example, mention of compliance with laws. In Europe, we have a general data protection regulation, in case in Asia there's something else, which set all these frameworks set guidelines for handling student data. Clear consent processes obtain explicit consent from students or parents of minors before collecting or using personal data. This includes providing clear information on what data is collected, why it's being collected, and how it will be used. Ensure that students and parents are informed regularly about how the data is being used and provide them with access to their own data upon request. And opt-out options offer students or parents the ability to opt out of non-essential data collection or share practices where it's possible. So data stewardship, assign data stewards or officers responsible for overseeing the handle of student data and ensuring compliance with privacy policies, provide regular training for faculty, for staff, administrators on data privacy best practices, including how to recognize and prevent data breaches. Conduct regular audits of data access and usage in order to ensure compliance with policies and identify any potential vulnerabilities or misuse. It allows students to access their own data easily and review what has been collected about them, correcting inaccuracies if it's necessary, and ensure that students can request the deletion of their personal data when it's no longer required for educational purposes in line with retention policies. The data portability offers students the ability to transfer the data to other institutions or platforms as they move through their educational journey. What we call third-party data sharing policies. First, we need to establish agreements with third-party vendors or service providers to ensure that they adhere to the institution's data privacy and security standards. Clearly disclose any third-party sharing of student data, ensuring that students understand what data is being shared, with whom, and for what purpose. And when we share student data with external parties, we need to consider anonymizing the data whenever it's possible to to minimize privacy risks. We need to talk about data breach protocols. Implement a robust incident response plan to address potential data breaches quickly and efficiently, including notifying affected students promptly as required by law. Continuously assess the security risks to students' data and update protection strategies accordingly to safeguard against emerging threats. Define how long student data will be retained and for what purposes. That could be for academic records, compliance, and ensure data is deleted when no longer is needed. Establish procedures for securely disposing of and anonymizing students' data once it is no longer necessary to prevent unauthorized access. Encourage students to provide feedback on how their data is used and how privacy policies are communicated. So all these things are amazing, and we need to know about, of course, we have technology at our disposal, amazing platforms, but we need to know how to protect ourselves in order not to have issues with the law. So, continually review and update privacy policies, regularly engage students, parents, faculty, and all legal experts to ensure that privacy policies reflect the evolving landscape of data protection student needs. Institutional policy perspective, school administrators use LMS data to make strategic decisions for all these reasons that I mentioned before, for resource allocation, for curriculum review, for enhancing communication with stakeholders, for evaluating school district-wide performance. Professional development is needed, definitely, to help educators become data literate in order for them to learn to understand data, formative, summative, qualitative data, what they represent, understanding data, source assessments, learning management systems, attendance records. Teachers need to know what data is available, how it's collected, and how to interpret it meaningfully. Data analysis skills, what is needed? Basic data analysis techniques, including how to read charts or tables or reports, instruction identifying trends, patterns, and anomalies in student performance. Data analysis helps educators pinpoint areas of strength or weakness and make informed decisions. Interpreting learning analytics, training on how to use learning analytics within learning management systems like Canvas or Google Classroom, which is very popular, or Blackboard. Understanding key performance indicators, KPIs, and metrics such as engagement, mastery, and progress. This helps educators extract actionable insights that can directly influence teaching strategies. For data-driven decision-making, practical guidance on how to apply data insights to plan lessons, to differentiate instruction, so strategies for setting goals, measuring student progress, etc. The ethical use of data, of course, collaboration, data sharing, because professional learning communities, PLCs, or data teams where educators can collaborate on data analysis and share best practices, it's now an imperative. So training on how to engage with colleagues in interpreting and using data for collective decision making is another important skill. So all these aspects of ongoing professional development, national and regional policies, ways national and regional policies support data-driven education. Many regions implement policies that standardize data collection management practices, making it easier to aggregate, to analyze, and share educational data across schools or districts. And what is the benefit? That standardization allows for better integration of various data systems and smoother sharing between institutions, improving the quality and impact of data-driven decision-making. For funding, the governments often provide funding or grants to education institutions to implement data-driven tools and platforms. For example, there are programs like the European Union's Horizon 2020 is a huge program which funds educational technology innovation, which can help students adapt the data-driven tools for personalized learning, etc. Legal frameworks. There's policy support, and these policies help ensure that data is collected and used responsibly. Policies that support the use of data to make informed decisions, or promoting equity for data literacy, and ways national regional policies hinder data-driven education is by sometimes restricting data privacy laws, lack of funding, etc. So what are the future possibilities before concluding the future trends of, for example, AI in education analytics? Definitely predictive analytics. Early alerts allow for timely targeted interventions. We can analyze vast amount of student data to predict academic performance. AI-powered tools will create more customized learning plans in the future, more real-time learning analytics, more automating administrative tasks, the sentiment analysis. We can identify students' emotional states and even the mental health. There are so many tools now and apps for mental health. This way we can improve the overall student support. More adaptive learning systems and AI-based curriculum design. Predictive career pathing is very interesting also. Intelligent learning assistance, AI-driven classroom management, cross-institutional data sharing, and all this continuous learning and adaptation. So by concluding, I want to say that the future, for example, of AI in education, and all these possibilities, for example, blockchain or decentralized systems. Blockchain is decentralized nature. You have to know that the time is limited. So just very briefly to mention that blockchain makes data ownership more transparent and accessible, reducing reliance on educational institutions or third parties for data storage. So students will no longer have to request transcripts or certificates from a school. They could simply share the data directly from a secure tamper-proof record. So blockchain technology ensures that once data is recorded, it cannot be altered or deleted, and this feature can increase trust in educational records and student data, as any changes to records would be immediately visible on the blockchain, preserving data integrity. So using cryptographic encryption, students can choose to disclose specific parts of their educational data while keeping other parts private. It's about direct and transparent credentialing. Blockchain can be used for issuing verified digital credentials such as diplomas or certificates or badges. With decentralized systems and verifying credentials can become faster and transparent and more secure, transparent data sharing. So smart contracts for data sharing, granular control over data access. Students could set permissions on who can access which data for how long. And reducing institutional control, third-party involvement. Verifiable portable learning records, trusted transparency data handling. Of course, there are challenging considerations. It's about implementation, scalability of blockchain. Research areas are emerging now in the field of learning analytics, social learning analytics, gamification learning analytics, the disciplinary approaches, longitudinal learning analytics, ethnographic qualitative approaches, etc., etc. Thank you very much. I know I could speak for hours, but I have to stick to the time. So, for any question, I'm here to discuss.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Dr. Lampu. Okay, so okay, so let's now proceed to the question and answer session of this presentation. So we have few from our chat. First, let's have this question from Brittany. There's a question, Professor Lampo. How can technology enhance pedagogy, promote sustainable learning practices in resource-limited settings?
Yeah, okay, perfect. Technology enhanced pedagogy can play a transformative role in promoting sustainable learning practices as in resource-limited settings. How? By leveraging digital tools and innovative approaches to overcome traditional barriers. How? For example, by access to quality educational resources. We have open educational resources, which are free, open, licensed content, textbooks, videos, courseware. This can reduce reliance on costly physical materials. Offline access tools, technologies like eWix or Rachel allow offline access to curated educational content, supporting a learning where internet connectivity is poor or non-existent. So the first aspect is the access to quality educational resources. The second has to do with scalability and flexibility. If we talk about mobile learning, smartphones are often more accessible than computers. Mobile apps allow learners to access content anywhere, anytime. Tools like WhatsApp or Moodle or even radio broadcasts can facilitate learning across different time zones or schedules, accommodating local contexts as well and constraints. Through another practice that could be the teacher-supported professional development. Nowadays, we talk a lot about remote teacher training, online modules, video demonstrations, peer learning communities, support teachers' continuous professional development without requiring travel. And this can provide provide on-demand guidance to teachers and students, assisting with curriculum planning, with tutoring, with Q&A. Another aspect, learning practice is what we call community-based and contextualized learning. Technology allows the creation and distribution of localized content in native languages and formats aligned with community values. Tools like Google Workspace on open source LMS encourage community-based projects and peer learning. Monitoring and feedback, data-driven insights. Learning analytics can help educators track progress, as I mentioned before. They can identify learning gaps even with minimal resources. And sometimes we have low-tech assessments because simple mobile-based quizzes or audio responses can provide rapid formative feedback without expensive infrastructure. And let's not forget about environmental and economic sustainability, because now all digital resources reduce paper waste and the usability, because educational software or hardware can be repurposed across multiple regions, etc. So technology-enhanced pedagogy fosters sustainability, equity, adaptability in learning by bridging access gaps, by supporting educators, by enabling resource-efficient education delivery. The key is designing for local context, using low-cost, high-impact tools at the same time, and involving communities in the process. I think that these are the main learning practice for this. And if we can use some real-world examples of programs that have successfully used this technology-enhanced pedagogy. And in Africa, there are institutions called Bridge International Academies. What is the model there? They use low-cost tablets preloaded with scripted lessons for teachers, ensuring consistency and quality instruction. What is the impact? Improved learning outcomes and teacher performance in under-resourced areas. What is the sustainability? It's about a scalable model with local teacher training and solar-powered devices. So it's amazing. In other areas in Africa, there is a modern model, an SMS, an audio-based early literacy program targeting parents and young children. It's delivered in local languages via mobile phones. And what is the impact? The impact is that there are significant gains in children's reading readiness and parental engagement. So what is sustainability here? That they use basic mobile phones and there's no internet needed. So you can see amazing examples. Other model, it's about interactive digital learning platform, which aligned with the local curriculum and offers both online and offline modes, so supports blended learning, etc. I think these kinds of initiatives highlight different aspects of sustainable tech-enhanced pedagogy, from content delivery and teacher support to offline accessibility and local engagement.
I see. So thank you, Professor Dr. Lampo. So it's mostly on the collaborative side and the shareability of technology and the what is available for sustainability. So there's another question, Professor Dr. Lampo. It's from Fernando Bellarmino from PUP. Uh, in what ways does the evolving landscape of educational technology necessitate a re-evaluation of traditional pedagogical framework? And what key considerations should guide the adaptation of teaching uh, methodologies to effectively leverage the affordance of new technology tools while remaining grounded in sound educational principles?
It's a great topic. It's relevant with my topic
Yes.
today, with my theme. Okay, so the rapid evolution of educational technology is fundamentally, as said before, reshaping how knowledge is delivered, is assessed, and experienced. And this transformation necessitates a critical reevaluation as this student is writing, is a student or teacher, I don't know. This transformation necessitates a critical re-evaluation of traditional pedagogical frameworks, not to discard them, but to ensure that they are responsive to the capabilities and limitations of emerging digital tools. So why these traditional pedagogies must be re-evaluated? Because now we have the shift from teacher-centered to learner-centered models. Traditional pedagogy emphasizes lecture-based one-size-fits-all approach. Educational technology enables personalized, adaptive, and self-paced learning, demanding a shift towards constructivist and experiential models. We know the constructive theory of Vygotsky, etc. Secondly, we talk about redefinition of engagement interaction. Passive absorption is now being replaced by interactive, gamified, and collaborative learning environments such as AR or VR or MOOCs or simulation. And this calls for rethinking classroom roles and focusing on facilitating inquiry, discussion, critical thinking. We have new forms now of literacy and competency. We know that traditional models often focused on rote memorization. Today's learners must develop digital literacy, and this includes the ethical use of AI. We know what is happening with ChatGPT, the copy-paste issues and all these things. Media literacy and computational thinking, skills which rarely emphasized in older pedagogical models. And the question says about consideration. What are the key considerations for adapting teaching methodologies? First, the pedagogical purpose, the pedagogical intent before technology integration. Why do you need to use this tool? Use in this way, what can help you? There are frameworks like Tracker. Tracker is the technological, pedagogical content knowledge is a framework. Or there are other frameworks also, SAMR, in order to ensure that technology use enhances rather than distracts from learning goals. So pedagogical frameworks and purpose before technology integration. This is the first key consideration. Second consideration, equity and inclusion. Do our students have access to these platforms and tools? Consider accessibility, bandwidth constraints, device accessibility, language diversity. Technology must support what we call universal design for learning in order to accommodate all learners, especially in marginalized settings. Third consideration, it's about scaffolding and support structures, because even with sophisticated tools, students and teachers need guided support. So leveraging EdTech to augment scaffolding such as through AI tutors or structured feedback loops or collaborative peer learning spaces, that would be another key consideration. And we talk about assessment. Now we have new methods of assessment. In the past, we've had the traditional grading, the traditional scoring. Now we have so many new methods of assessment. Already, what is happening in many universities all around the world because of ChatGPT and the unethical use of ChatGPT. Already, many universities have started to use the oral assessment. Why? Because teachers are struggling. They don't know if the essay submitted by students is real or AI generated. So more and more universities adopt the oral assessment. So you can understand, apart from this, we have more holistic approaches now for assessment because, okay, we have the data-driven assessment, which is supported by AI, but can we in general evaluate and assess students only based on data and on scores and grading? Of course not. So we need a more formative, authentic, and portfolio-based assessments in order to try to evaluate the whole growth of students. Of course, we can track the learning in real time. We can support with continuous and competency-based evaluation, but at the same time, other assessments are important in order to, as I said before, adapt a holistic approach. So the assessment should be reimagined. How to evaluate, for example, we talk nowadays about 21st century skills. How to evaluate collaboration? How to evaluate creativity? Are there, the traditional frameworks do not help on this. So more new method assessment frameworks, global frameworks if it's possible, and definitely a professional development for educators. Teachers must be equipped not just with digital tools, but also with pedagogical strategies, how to use them effectively. So ongoing training, communities of practice, I mentioned before, these communities of practice, which are very, very trendy, and they help a lot the teachers because they can share, the lesson plans, the resources, etc. And reflective teaching models, all these are essential. So if we try to balance innovation with educational soundness, that would be the ideal case. It is tempting, of course, to adopt every new tool, but effective pedagogy should remain anchored in evidence-based principles. That could be, for example, cognitive load theory, design tech tools that don't overwhelm learners with many stimuli. If you adopt a constructivist, for example, this means encourage meaning-making through real-world problem-solving and active participation. If you adopt the social learning theory, then promote collaborative tools that enable peer learning and mentorship. It's up to you. You pick up a theory and accordingly you apply the evidence-based principles of this theory. So by summarizing, I want to say that the evolving edtech landscape doesn't just invite changes. It demands a thoughtful realignment of pedagogy with contemporary learning needs and contexts. The challenge is to integrate technology meaningfully, ensuring what? Ensuring that it amplifies human interaction, it fosters deep learning, and remains anchored in core educational values. I think it was a hard reply.
Okay.
I see here another question. It's about, I don't think it's, maybe, what do you think is the future of AI in education? I don't know if it's for me or for the previous speaker.
I see. Considering our time, Dr. Blanco,
Okay.
we can perhaps give a short answer or a respond to this last question from PUP Manila for Mr. Fernando Bellarmino. So, what are the ethical and practical implications when relying to technology to deliver and support pedagogical practices, and perhaps how it can ensure equitable access and promote digital literacy in cultivating critical thinking skills in a technology-rich learning environment? So,
Mhm.
perhaps a
Okay.
summary on ethical, Dr. Lampu?
Yes. Ethical practical applications, this concerns the equity and access gaps, the data privacy surveillance, algorithm bias and learning gaps, what we call depersonalization and over-automation, and how educators can respond responsibly by ensuring equitable access, so advocating for infrastructure investment, by promoting digital literacy, by embedding critical thinking in technology use, by cultivating human connection in digital spaces. So to use technology ethically and effectively in education, we must center equity, we must respect the learners' rights to privacy, autonomy, and safety. We must use technology to empower, not replace human learning relationships, and teach students to think about technology, not just through it. So technology, before concluding, it's a powerful amplifier. We just need to help students how to learn to navigate this world ethically, wisely, and responsibly. This would be my message,
Okay.
especially for researchers.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Lampu, for giving us such a comprehensive
And
discussion.
again, I want to mention the beginning of my presentation, presenting the pilot school. It's the first school in the world which it is entirely now based on AI. There are no teachers there in UK. I will give you here in the chat box. I will give you the link in order to try to explore this, because we're waiting the pilot results. Worldwide educational community expects the results of how this will work, if we can have actually schools without teachers. Thank you very much for the kind invitation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lampu. So can we... Okay. So we award this certificate of recognition, a certificate of proudly presenting to Dr. Rania Lampu in presenting her paper on pedagogy, technology, nexus, innovation in teaching and learning. Thank you very much, Dr. Lampu, for your insights and discussion. Now let's proceed to our next presenter. Okay. So our next presenter or speaker is Professor Ana Cheryl M. Ramos, a member of the Board of Directors of the E-Learning Forum Asia, and the former director of the University of Santo Tomas Educational Technology Center, a respected leader in digital education and instructional design. In her session, titled Reimagining Instructional Design in the Age of AI, she will share practical and research-based strategies to enrich digital classrooms with emphasis on engagement, interaction, and learning efficacy. Our next presenter, Professor Ramos, regrettably can't deliver her discussion live due to urgent concerns. However, she sent us her recording, so let us lend our attention to the recording of the discussion. So please play the recording. Here.
Good morning and welcome everyone. I'm Ana Cheryl Ramos. I'm truly delighted to be speaking with you during your Educational Technology Day. So aside from being part of the E-Learning Forum Asia, I currently serve as faculty at the College of Education at the University of Santo Tomas, and I'm also affiliated with Ontario Tech University's Faculty of Education, doing my research on adaptive learning technologies. I'm talking to you today about something that's transforming our field, AI in instructional design. This is about another technology trend. It's a fundamental shift on how we conceptualize, how we create and deliver learning experiences. And I also want to clear something up right away. So this isn't about replacing us in our jobs as teachers, as instructional designer. So it's about expanding what's possible when we embrace these tools. Let's dive into how we can reimagine instructional design in the age of AI. AI is changing our field. Let's first make sure we're all on the same page about what instructional design actually is. So at its core, instructional design is a process for helping you create effective learning experiences. So it's about thoughtfully selecting, organizing, and specifying the learning experiences that you need to teach somebody something. So simply put, instructional design is creating learning or instructional experiences that facilitate the, let's say, the acquisition of new knowledge or new skills. So this definition that you're seeing right now comes from William Horton's influential work on e-learning by design. Also, I would refer to the definition from Instructional Design Central, which refers instructional design as a systematic process by which learning products and experiences are designed, developed, and delivered. So when they talk about learning products, they would mean online courses, they would mean instructional manuals, video tutorials, learning simulations. I also would want you to look at the last part of the definition of Horton that says to teach somebody something. So that's our purpose. So no matter how sophisticated our tools will become in the age of AI, we are, I think, fundamentally focused on our human connection and transformation. So whether you are, let's say, designing a corporate training or designing for academic purpose, or perhaps designing, let's say, an informal learning opportunities such as a YouTube DIY tutorial, you are still creating pathways that will help people grow and learn. So as instructional designers in the past, we've always faced the challenge also of creating meaningful learning experiences that meet diverse student needs. But it's difficult if you have, let's say, around 100 students. So another question that we might have is, how do we personalize the instruction? Now, with AI entering the picture, both our challenges and opportunities are also expanding exponentially. So it's important for us to reflect for a moment, ask ourselves a question: how has your approach to designing learning experiences will change now in, let's say, in the past 2 years, from pandemic and now with AI? Has AI begun to influence your work? So these are some of the reflections that we can perhaps think about today as we progress with our learning session. One thing is also certain, instructional design in the age of AI is evolving faster than ever before. So this evolution means that our instructional design today is less about content sequencing, which we did in the past, and more about orchestrating experiences that are said to be adaptive. That is, that engage our learners and then transform them on how they learn. So it's both challenging and also exciting in the age of AI. And that evolution is happening along three major dimensions that I'd like to explore with you today. First, we're looking at a shift from static content to dynamic experiences. So with AI, we can move from our linear content to dynamic systems that respond in real time to learner needs. That did not happen before AI. So remember when courses were essentially digital textbooks. When we say e-learning, we mean PDF with some few interactive quizzes. That era is ending. So let me give you a concrete example. So consider, let's say, a traditional online science course where all students receive identical content, regardless of their background knowledge or their pace of learning. Now contrast that with AI enhanced courses. So your content evolve based on student interaction, which means to say that every student will receive a personalized guidance, will receive personalized instruction. So today's learning content will adapt in real time with AI tools. They could become more engaging and they will become responsive in a way that it will give our students their own learning journeys. So this time, AI-powered platforms will allow for what we call as adaptive pathways that would respond to learner performance. Second, we're moving from one-size-fits-all approach to truly adaptive learning paths. So think about a traditional classroom setting again. Let's say you have 30 students. They will receive identical instruction despite they have different backgrounds, they have different abilities, they have different learning preferences. So now imagine now a learning environment where AI will analyze each learner performance patterns. The AI will identify the strengths and the knowledge gaps, and then it will curate now personalized content and support support the student by providing the right resources accordingly. So we know differentiation is not new. We've done that in the past, perhaps manually, and it's very tedious and time consuming. So, but with AI, it finally makes it scalable. So adaptive learning systems can adjust pace, content, and even the modality of the learning process. And then through personalization, driven by the interaction with the data of the student and the AI curated content, then we're now making differentiation scalable. And the third, perhaps, and the most important, is that we're transitioning from simple content delivery to learner empowerment. So in traditional models, the educator or the designer, us, we hold almost all the power, let's say determining what should we learn, how should we learn it, when to learn it, and then how mastery is demonstrated. So, but our understanding of effective learning also has evolved dramatically. And today, with AI, our learners are becoming co-creators in their educational journeys. We are now designing for choice, autonomy, and feedback. And eventually, deeper learning naturally will flow. So I'd like to pause here and invite you to consider which of these three shifts, so from static to dynamic, so from one size fits all to adaptive, or from just plain traditional delivery of information to empowerment, resonates most strongly with your current work, or while perhaps you are studying your course in your masteral. How might this reshape your approach now to instructional design? So why should we care about this shift? So why does this matter to you as, let's say, graduate students majoring in educational technology? Let me share with you three compelling reasons that affect all of us in education. First, AI and EdTech are fundamentally reshaping education globally. So if we are to look at the statistics, the global AI in education market is projected to grow exponentially. This isn't a passing trend, it's a paradigm shift that's actually redefining our field in education. So we will see grading systems, intelligent tutoring systems. So from content generation tools to learning analytics dashboards, especially that AI will permeate every aspect of education. So in fact, companies like Coursera, they use AI to analyze millions of learner patterns to identify optimal learning pathways. So our professional roles are also evolving. So our instructional designers are becoming what we call as learning engineers. So we call ourselves that because we, as professionals, are now blending learning science, human-centered design, and emerging technologies roll into one to create now innovative solutions. So this isn't just a semantic change because of AI, but it reflects now a fundamental shift in how we work with today's technologies. So let me illustrate this transformation. Before, as traditional designers, we usually create, a linear course with predetermined content and activities. And in contrast, learning engineers now, they build adaptive systems, meaning that when we create our content, it needs to make sure that it leverage on data. We create multiple contents because we allow our students to choose. And so AI could learn from the student interaction. So for us, this would require a new set of skills, not just your traditional ID models. We need to understand now data analytics. We need to understand AI capabilities and limitations. We need to know about algorithmic thinking. And third, there's a growing need for inclusive, differentiated, and scalable solutions. All because the environment we are in right now, the educational challenges we face are a lot. So starting from diverse learner populations, we have varying levels of resource access, especially in the Philippines. We have increased demand for personalization and the need to prepare learners to, of course, to the rapidly changing future. So AI offers us these powerful tools to meet these challenges that we previously impossible to do at scale. So one example could be accessibility. So before, it was really difficult to accommodate learners with disabilities. But with AI now, we can automatically generate, let's say, captions for videos. We can convert text to speech. We can simplify complex language to simple low level English, for example, or even transform content into different modalities so that we can make it more accessible to everyone without requiring us to do individual interventions for each learner. So this three factors: evolving professional roles, the global edtech transformation, and the need for scalable solutions make it now essential for us to understand and harness AI in our instructional design work. So let's talk about what's really happening in the field right now. Now let's explore key trends reshaping instructional design. I organize this into three categories. So the first one is content creation and personalization, adaptive learning experiences, and AI-enhanced support and assessment. So first, we're seeing the rise of smart content creation with AI. So for now, I think you're very much familiar with ChatGPT and other language models that could help us create lessons, quizzes, and videos almost automatically. So we know this doesn't replace us. It only amplifies our capability. Not only that, it speeds up content production, it also tailors it to the individual learner needs. So that's your quality plus your efficiency. So it's like having, a co-designer on your team. Now let me just highlight some specific tools transforming content creation. One of the pioneer platforms, it specializes only for teachers. So this allows educators to generate lesson plans, activities, assessments, and the most important is that it will align it with your own curriculum standards. And what's particularly impressive is that it generates differentiation automatically. It could create tiered level activities for different learning levels with the same lesson. Breeze teaching, it specializes in time-saving resources for teachers. So it could transform just by inputting your learning objectives into comprehensive lesson materials also in minutes. So it excels at creating scaffolded worksheets, guided notes, interactive activities that build conceptual understanding of our students. So many educators report saving around 5 to 10 weekly hours on lesson plan preparation by just using this tool. Another is Curipod. So this is AI-powered tool that creates interactive learning activities, but the focus is on student engagement. So what makes Curipod stand out? It's its ability to generate not just content, but also interactive elements like polls, quizzes, discussion prompts that you can deploy instantly in your classroom. So this could be useful for your, let's say, your formative assessment or just checking understanding. So moving beyond traditional presentations, Gamma AI this time can transform our outlines into visually stunning content-rich presentations. So it could also generate relevant visuals, can organize your lessons hierarchically, and even suggest now engaging transitions between concepts. So for us instructional designers, this means that we can create professional quality instructional materials in a fraction of the time. Second, we're embracing multimodal learning through generative AI. So these tools can generate content in multiple formats. Let me highlight first DFIT. So from the word DFIT is differentiation. So this platform specializes in making content accessible through AI-powered differentiation. So DFIT can generate simplified versions of complex text. It could also make visual representation of abstract concepts. Could also have audio explanations of written content. For students with diverse learning needs, so DFIT can transform a standard reading material that might be challenging. Let's say the language loading is high, so DFIT can actually lower it down, tone it down a bit in order for it to fit different abilities and preferences. Let's take a look at how AI can transform accessibility and differentiation. So these tools can quickly generate content in multiple formats. So starting from voice cloning for audio versions, interactive chatbots. Synthesia allows us to generate professional quality video presentations with avatars in over 120 languages. So what makes it remarkable is that it eliminates the need for cameras, for studios, or even actors. There are a lot of AI tools out there now that can generate content to support multimodal learning. So we have voice technology that has made incredible advances like 11 Labs. They are at the forefront of having this ultra realistic voice cloning and generation. They could also clone your own voice to create audio versions of your content quickly. So for instructional designers, this means we are able to convert now our text materials into naturally sounding audio resources. So there's also those that could generate visuals to illustrate concepts. I've talked about Synthesia, AI video presentations. So what I love about this is how AI makes it both fast and feasible, efficient to design for many learning modes. Third, we're witnessing the democratization of AI through what we call as low-code or no-code design tools. So these platforms allow instructional designers to just drag, drop, and design with ease, bringing AI functionalities into our workflows without us requiring any deep technical expertise. So, for example, we can build intelligent systems without writing a single line of code. So, what they say is that if you can use Canva or Google Slides, then you can now design with AI. So, let me share some game-changing tools in this area. So, with Glide, anyone can transform let's say, a simple spreadsheet and then make it as a functional mobile app without writing a single line of codes. Another is Voice Flow. So this is also another intuitive platform which makes creating conversational AI experience as simple as drawing a flowchart. So for instructional designers, you can map out the conversational pathways. You can decide on the decision points, and then you can also personalize the responses so that it could guide learners through complex concepts. So if we are familiar with Magic School AI, so it has another functionality. So we call it the Magic School AI chatbot builder. So which allows educators, so even with zero coding experience, to create their custom AI chatbots for their courses. So what can these chatbots do for your own course? So it could answer student questions about course content. You can program it to provide personalized explanations, and then it could also simulate dialogue-based learning scenarios. So now we can leverage on the sophistication of the AI capabilities without us becoming what we call as software engineers or data scientists. So fourth, we're developing learning that adjusts in real time. So we can now through data-driven paths, we can now meet learners exactly where they are. So adapting content difficulty and then formatting it based on learner performance and engagement. So think of it like GPS for learning. So AI uses data to guide students through their own personalized routes, giving them just what they need and when they need it. So let me share some impressive examples of real-time adaptive learning. So one platform is Dreambox Learning. It is both an adaptive math and reading platform. Which uses what they call their intelligent adaptive learning engine to adjust in real time. So it doesn't just track right or wrong answers. It also analyzes how students solve problems, what are their strategies, the time they take, let's say, to answer the problems, and even where they place their cursor. So they have this granular data that would allow the system to adopt it, not just for difficulty level, but also in the presentation method, even the scaffolding support, and even the pathway. So another is Century Tech. This is taking personalization to new levels. So Century Tech creates individualized learning pathways for each student based on their performance, their confidence level, and also engagement patterns. What makes it powerful, as the company claims, is that it has memory pathway algorithm, which identifies when concepts need reinforcement before they are forgotten. Newton Alta by Wiley specializes in higher education. So they also use AI to create personalized learning paths for college students. So for this platform, it identifies some prerequisite knowledge gaps, and then it addresses them before moving students forward, ensuring that the students should have first some solid foundation. So adaptive learning systems are particularly effective for skills-based topics with progression paths like that of mathematics, language learning, or some technical skills development topics. So fifth, we're embracing microlearning and just-in-time delivery. Of course, we are familiar with this during, of course, the e-learning era. So these bite-sized learning modules are given precisely when needed, supporting the performance at the moment of application. AI supports also microlearning because you can deliver the right content at just the right moment, which is perfect for us as busy modern learners. So there are two platforms I want to share with you. So first is the EdApp. It is a microlearning platform because it combines bite-sized lessons with gamification, and then it also has what they call as spaced repetition so that it maximizes student engagement and retention. So they also have a feature called Brain Boost. So it allows AI to automatically generate personalized review questions, again, based on how it interacts with the learner. Another is Axonify. This is for frontline workforce training. So it also delivers personalized microlearning in around 3 to 5 daily sessions. So what makes it effective is that AI spaces and repeats the concept. So in other words, reinforce the concept just before they are forgotten by the learners. So again, these are being used in corporate world. In fact, these approaches aligns perfectly with how our brains learn. If you are familiar with brain-based learning, it needs spaced repetition, it has to be relevant to their own context, and there should be immediate application right after. So it is the AI now that could analyze the user behavior and then contextualize this to determine precisely when the micro-learning content is needed so that it could deliver it with maximum impact. So six, we're incorporating immersive technologies like AR, VR, and simulations. So again, we are familiar with all of this even during the pandemic, wherein we made use of simulations to some of our skills-based training without a physical lab, for example. So with AI now, so these tools again would allow learners to explore worlds and concepts through experiential learning, making abstract ideas concrete and engaging. Now rename itself as the LITEX, makes an evolutionary upgrade in their system. So this now, it enables educators and students to create immersive 3D environments without having what they call a specialized technical skills. So for example, history teachers can now create virtual museums where students can interact with the artifacts and historical figures, and then science teachers can build, let's say, explorable ecosystems and some molecular structures. So the platform integrates with AI for intelligent objects and environment, and then it responds to the learner action and provides some contextual guidance. And seventh, we are implementing AI augmented coaching and tutoring. So our AI now can function like a personal tutor that's always available, ready to clarify our concept, guide learning, and then could provide the feedback right away, anytime. So some powerful examples on how we can provide individualized support is Canmigo. So this is Khan Academy's intelligent tutoring system. So AI Canmigo doesn't just provide answers. In fact, it uses Socrative questioning to guide students through problem solving. So if a student is, let's say, stuck on a math problem, Canmigo might ask, what do you know so far? Or what formula might apply here? Rather than simply providing the solution. So this particular scenario can build what we call critical thinking skills, while at the same time, you scaffold or you provide now personalized support. So early research shows students using Canmigo demonstrate improved persistence when they face with challenging problems. Students also stay engaged 30% longer than controlled groups. Another is Socratic by Google. It is also an AI-powered learning companion. that can instantly recognize problems from a photo or by providing it with a step-by-step explanations across multiple subjects. So what makes Socratic particularly powerful is how it identifies the underlying concepts by providing now multimodal explanation. So it could provide explanation by text, by video, by interactive examples so that it could support diverse learning preferences. So this is very useful for students. If let's say a student would want to work more independently, would need immediate guidance when human support is not available. Let's say if there's no tutor around. So with intelligent tutoring systems, the research is also compelling because they've shown to be nearly as effective as the one-on-one tutoring in some domains. But of course, we know that AI won't replace our human teachers. They could only extend our reach and ensure that learners are supported without, hitting a roadblock along the way in their learning experience. So the eighth were leveraging AI integrated assessment. So AI can already grade, analyze, respond to learner in real time, and then providing feedback and again adjust the learning paths accordingly. So here are some examples of platforms out there that revolutionizes assessment. This is AI. It has evolved from your simple quiz creation platform to what they call as having a comprehensive AI-powered assessment. It has its feature known as Einstein that could generate standards aligned question from any content. So, but what's truly innovative here is that it can analyze student responses and then automatically identify the misconceptions. So teachers would receive the detailed reports showing not just what students got wrong, but identifying what are some of the conceptual gaps that they need to address in the classroom. So this could generate what we call as target remediation, and then addressing those precise gaps. So another is Gradescope. This was originally at UC Berkeley, and it uses also AI to dramatically streamline assessment. So it can automatically grade even handwritten work, mathematical equations, and programming assignments, which are difficult if you don't have these tools. So what's particularly impressive is how it could cluster similar items together, similar answers together, allowing instructors to provide consistent feedback efficiently. So it also generates detailed analytics on student performance, highlighting some common misconceptions. When we make use of intelligent tutoring systems, the value really is not just efficiency, but immediacy and consistency also of feedback. And ninth, this is the last key trend. We're developing prompt engineering as a critical design skill. So learning how to talk to AI now is a new design skill. So we need to effectively communicate with AI systems. This is becoming now essential because we know now that better prompts lead to better outputs, making this now as a core competency for instructional designers. So if you need formal training on prompt engineering, there are courses like Coursera that you can avail for free. So now before we get carried away with all the new tech, let's remember something important. So our foundational models still matter, which are the ones I assume you study in your EdTech Masteral program. Because despite these advantages, our foundational instructional model remain to be important. So these are your tried and true frameworks. They continue to guide us and enhance our work rather than be replaced by AI. So I would consider this not really outdated, but they are our compass. They ensure that our design remains to be effective, to be evidence-based and learner-centered. So I assume you are familiar with the ADDIE model. So this model provides us with structured process from your analysis to evaluation. It is a systematic approach and it ensures that we don't skip some of the essential steps in the design process. Although AI will accelerate some of the phases and then it will provide now new capabilities within each phase. But again, the fundamental sequence would remain to be important to follow. So backward design reminds us to design with the end goals in mind, starting with the desired outcomes. So this approach, and it emphasizes that we need to identify what the learner should know, understand, and be able to do before we determine how to get them there. So AI, in fact, doesn't change this fundamental practice. In fact, it makes clear goal setting even more important as we navigate now more complex design possibilities. And universal design for learning ensures we're designing for learner variability from the very start. So we acknowledge that our learners are diverse. They have diverse needs, they have diverse preferences. And so this framework will emphasize on multiple means on how to engage these diverse learners. How do we present information and how will they express what they have learned? And this perfectly aligns with AI capabilities because AI can support diverse learners. So AI can help us implement UDL principles more effectively this time because it can create alternative formats. It can provide adaptive pathways, and then it could provide personalized support. So this is what makes it interesting, seeing how our trusted models integrate with AI capabilities. So during analysis, our AI can help identify the learning gaps, and then it could create detailed profiles. In the design phase, we've talked about a while ago, we can generate multiple formats while maintaining accessibility and clear outcomes. And then when developing content, AI becomes our production assistant. So we can use ChatGPT, for example, for creating text, or Midjourney for images, 11 Labs for audio, and then Synthesia for video elements that align with your vision. For implementation now, AI could deploy them through your LMS integration with chatbots and voice assistants. And then it could perhaps provide just-in-time support and answer some common questions or guide learners through complex processes. So this would create now a more supportive learning environment, either in synchronous or self-paced context. And for evaluation, AI-powered analytics can leverage on analytics, on dashboards, comprehensive feedback, deeper insights. So AI could also analyze the assessment results. We can also identify patterns in learner performance, or if we use predictive analytics, we can predict which learners might need additional support. So as you can see, we are seeing how AI could fully be integrated in all phases of instructional design process and side by side with these foundational models. So what does this mean for us professionals in the edtech space? So if instructional design is evolving, our role is also evolving into something more important. So this time we're becoming not just content producers, just like in the past, we're becoming problem solvers, technologies, and yes, this time ethicists. We need to be data literate while remaining agile and also iterative in our approach. Now, the great news, as what I've mentioned at the beginning of this presentation, AI isn't replacing us, it's becoming our collaborator. So we still need our human elements of empathy, of creativity, our ethical judgment. We need them more than ever. So our instructional designer of tomorrow need more competencies. A lot of this evolution comes also with ethical responsibilities. So our AI systems, unfortunately, they would reflect biases in how they were trained. So we need to be vigilant about the data set transparency, and then regularly do what we call as audit um, around the AI generated content. So one is we also need to consider the privacy implications and some copyright issues around AI generated materials. So when AI generates content on existing works, or when systems collect data about learner behavior, we must ensure that we comply with privacy regulations, or we obtain appropriate permissions, and then also we maintain transparent data practices. So most importantly, we must maintain our human-centered design principles. As I've said, AI augments our work but doesn't replace our judgment. So we need to involve the human interaction. So whether it's a peer collaboration, it's an instructor guidance, or community engagement, we need to make sure AI enhances these connections rather than eliminate them. So this brings us to the importance of AI literacy in instructional design now that it is AI powered. So as instructional designers, we are not just working with PowerPoints or LMS modules. We are now crafting experiences that are said to be shaped by AI, because AI now will create dynamic environments that are adaptive, with automated feedback, with multimodal modes of learning. Then the more that we need to be AI literate, it's not just optional for us. It's going to be foundation. So we need to have an understanding of how AI works, even at the basic level. This would empower us to design more environments, learning environments in a responsible way, and then to evaluate content more critically, and then we innovate more ethically. So to define AI literacy, it means that it is a set of competencies that enable us to critically evaluate AI, communicate and collaborate effectively with AI, use it as a tool for online, at home, or in the workplace. The need to be AI literate aligns closely with UNESCO's AI competency framework. The UNESCO framework defines 3 levels of AI competency for digital citizens. So you have the foundational knowledge, knowing what AI is and its societal impacts; the intermediate, using AI tools critically and responsibly; and then the advanced, which is designing or modifying AI systems. So where do we see it here? So as designers, we must operate between intermediate and advanced levels, particularly in designing AI-enhanced learning environments, addressing biases, privacy, and accessibility concerns, and aligning content with ethical use. This means that, so in closing, remember that reimagining instructional design is our job. Our field is evolving rapidly, but our foundational models ground us while AI expands our capability. The future of instructional design isn't about AI replacing human designers. It's about the partnership between human creativity and AI capabilities. So this is, in fact, our moment to lead, to shape, and support the next era of learning. So I'm excited to see what all of you could create with these new possibilities. And I want to sincerely thank Silliman University, Dr. Dave Marshall, for inviting me. And I also thank each of you here this morning. I hope you're leaving with both the practical insights and renewed inspiration as future graduates of your master's program. Have a wonderful rest of your morning. And remember, you're not just designing, You're shaping the future of learning.
Okay.
Good
Thank
morning.
you. Thank you very much, Professor Anachil Ramos. So we are also presenting the certificate of recognition to Professor Anachil M. Ramos for uh, delivering her topic on Educational Technology Day with a presentation on reimagining instructional design in the age of AI. So I hope no everyone was able to take note of all those AI tools. Unfortunately, Professor Ramos is not with us, so we could have asked her if those were free, but we leave that to you to find out if they are free. So now we go directly to our next to conclude our morning session, we are joined or we will be joined by Miss Anne Michelle C. Medina, Regional Coordinator for Visayas of the Philippines E-Learning Society and a strong advocate for inclusive and tech-enabled education. Her presentation, Future Proofing Education and Reconceptualizing Assessment with EdTech, will examine how assessment has evolved in the digital space, from traditional pen to paper methods to innovative platform based evaluations. She as well has prepared a recording for her discussion. So please lend us your attention for Professor Medina's presentation.
Good morning, everyone. To our esteemed Director, Dr. Dave Marshall, distinguished guests, and valued participants. It is a privilege to be part of your EdTech Day. I am truly grateful for the opportunity to share valuable insights on emerging trends and best practices in assessment through educational technology. Today, we will explore the powerful intersection of assessment and EdTech, exploring its transformative impact through the success stories of teachers and school administrators. My topic for today's discussion is future-proofing education, reconceptualizing assessment with EdTech. For our discussion flow, we will begin with an introduction to the topic, followed by an exploration of the evolving nature of assessment. Next, we will examine emerging trends in evaluation before addressing key issues and challenges. Finally, we will conclude with ways forward. Let me begin this session by sharing a personal experience from my childhood. Who among the participants here is a true batang 90s? Drop a yes or hit the like button in the comments. To the younger generation, lend me your ears. Listen to your tita's story. Give this a heart react if you love watching Superbook. Were you a proud member of the Super Kids Club? If you were, I bet you remember the Super Kids Club certificate. This certificate is a cherished token given by the Super Kids Club organization to successful members who have completed the Achiever Series program. To earn this recognition, member must watch the Superbook TV show, a cartoon that teaches about God and His Word, and complete the course through mail correspondence. Participating in the program was a meaningful experience, as it deepened my knowledge of the Bible and works of God. It was also rewarding to receive certificates as tangible proof of my successful completion of the program. In the 1990s, television was a popular and widely used medium, so anyone with access to a TV could participate. Its broader reach allows for inclusion, making the program highly accessible and engaging. Participating in the program was a meaningful experience as it allowed me to learn about Bible and God's works. After each episode, the TV host consistently encouraged viewers to complete the program and submit their finished materials to receive the next package, making the experience even more exciting. It felt like she was personally urging us to complete the material so we could unlock the next surprise. You might be wondering, how does one join? Anyone wishing to participate in the program must express their interest by sending an empty envelope to the organizer by postal mail. In return, the Super Kids Club organizer will send a package that includes a congratulatory note, a membership ID, and learning materials designed to support their progress in the program. To supplement learning and track each member's development, the package also contains a comic book featuring the topic aired on the TV episode, a mini puzzle wheel to help decode related terms, and a questionnaire to be completed. Through mail correspondence, members must return the completed questionnaire for review and feedback. Successfully submitting their responses qualifies them to receive the next set of learning materials. The year 1990 was an exciting time for me, as it brought back memories of Superbook, a television series that tells stories from the Bible. As a member of a Protestant church, I loved reading the Bible, so the opportunity to participate in the program thrilled me. It was a chance to deepen my relationship with God. It was also my first experience learning at a distance. It was truly transformative. I had the privilege of participating in a third-generation distance education model, where lessons are delivered through television broadcast, supplemented by printed materials and instructional tools. This approach made learning both flexible and interactive. The choice of technology successfully accomplished its mission to spread the gospel and reach a wider audience, particularly children, by leveraging television as a medium. Superbook made faith-based learning more engaging and accessible to young viewers. Assessment is a complex process requiring careful instructional planning. The level of application and practice depends on the intended purpose. Using my shared story as an example, the organizer's approach to assessment is clearly deeply anchored in the mission of spreading the gospel through mass media. Every step in the process is designed to evaluate learning, inspire faith, and transformation. This approach is guided by three fundamental assessment principles. First, supporting the development of Christ-like learners. Second, helping students internalize and live out biblical values. And third, fostering the growth of motivated disciples of Christ. The program's course assessment plan involves the delivery of 52 Superbook episodes via TV broadcast, structured into two series with appropriate assessments for each episode. In each series, learners receive materials through mail correspondence, ensuring engagement and progress tracking. The learning tasks include watching the cartoon episodes, reading Bible verses or comic books, and engaging in prayer. Then, completing the assessment materials and mailing them back to the Super Kids Club for review and feedback. Since 1990, much has changed, and technology has advanced significantly, transforming various aspects of our lives. The education landscape has also evolved, adapting to new innovations and methodologies. Yet, one fundamental question remains. Is technology shaping us, or are we shaping technology? According to Gerhard Lenski, sociocultural evolution refers to the transformations that occur as society adopts new technology. His theory posits that technology drives social change, shaping how people interact, organize, and adapt to their surroundings. Lenski emphasizes that technological advancements are pivotal in molding social structures, cultural norms, and economic systems. As societies develop more sophisticated tools and methods, they experience profound shifts in communication, education, governance, and daily life, reflecting the dynamic relationship between technological progress and societal evolution. As technology continues to shape education, the traditional classroom structure has evolved. Schools have also shifted from a purely brick-and-mortar setup to a more dynamic click-and-mortar model, blending physical learning spaces with digital platforms to enhance accessibility and engagement. Are you still with me? If you are still on Zoom and listening, show some love and send me a heart. The way we assess student learning is continually evolving. Back in my elementary science class, one of our lesson objectives was to identify the parts of a gumamela flower and explain their functions. Traditionally, teachers would ask students to bring a real gumamela flower to class and use hands-on observations to assess their understanding of its structure and functions. Since this method appeals to the senses, educators often rely on the abundant and easily accessible materials. Fast forward to today, while still following traditional approaches, teachers now use Manila paper to illustrate the gumamela flowers parts, adapting teaching and assessment methods while maintaining the essence of experiential learning. Following Lenski's theory, as educators emphasize the significance of research in enhancing instruction, new methodologies and technologies continue to emerge. Today, we utilize PowerPoint as an offline flashcard tool and quizzes for internet-based flashcards, integrating modern digital solutions to make learning and assessment more engaging and accessible. Assessment plays a crucial role in technology-based learning, ensuring that students actively engage with content and demonstrate understanding in meaningful ways. Augmented reality or AR transforms assessments by making learning interactive. Students can explore concepts visually, reinforcing retention, while gamified assessments encourage participation and motivation. On the other hand, virtual reality or VR further enhances evaluation by immersing learners in hands-on simulations, allowing educators to assess skills in realistic scenarios. Additionally, VR provides instant feedback, ensuring continuous learning and improvement. With AR and VR and other digital tools reshaping how educators measure progress, assessment is no longer just about tests. It's about creating dynamic, personalized experiences that support student success in the digital age. Before diving into the emerging trends in assessment in my next slide, I want first to highlight 4 key factors that influence the selection of educational tools. According to Bates, technology adoption is influenced by, first, the availability of spare technology; second, offers from technology suppliers; third, the comfort level with a specific technology; and fourth, the enthusiasm of the leader or a key decision maker. While these factors influence technology choices, it's important to recognize that no single option works for everyone. The effectiveness of the digital tool depends on the lesson objective, its alignment with the learner's context and prior knowledge, ensuring that both the design and the delivery of instruction meet the learner's needs. In the upcoming slides, I'll be showcasing cases shared by teachers and administrators. Assessment occurs at various points in the learning process. It can be scheduled or conducted daily informative evaluations to provide continuous feedback on student progress, such as when we are administering diagnostic tests, pre-test, and post-test. Additionally, since assessment is an event, its administration can be periodic, as seen in summative assessments. Case number 1 is the experience of a secondary public school teacher faced with a challenge in teaching mirrors and lenses. According to Teacher A, using paper and pencil assessments to illustrate concepts was ineffective for non-artistically inclined students. Budget constraints in public schools often limit assessment strategies due to limited resources, making it difficult for teachers to implement engaging evaluation methods. In one of our teaching with technology training sessions, I encouraged Teacher A to leverage Facebook's evolving features as an e-portfolio. E-portfolios are powerful assessment method that allow students to showcase their learning progress, skills, and reflections in a digital format. They serve as formative and summative assessments, providing a comprehensive view of a learner's development. At her end, she allowed students to create their illustrations using digital tools available on their computers. To foster collaboration and deeper learning, students posted their output, concept explanations, and activity reflections in a shared Facebook album folder. She also encouraged peer interaction by having students comment on their classmates' work, transforming assessment into an engaging, technology-driven learning experience. This learner's output on concave and convex concepts, created using Microsoft productivity tools, was supported by a reflection posted in a teacher's shared album on Facebook. Peer assessment is encouraged by having students comment on their classmates' work. Since Facebook connects people globally, parents who see their children's work express joy in witnessing their progress, even from a distance. Unlike public schools that rely on low-tech solutions, Teacher B utilizes iPad technology to enhance advanced assessments through a wide range of online resources. Assessing student learning and providing feedback is made easier through peer assessments, where learners review and evaluate each other's work based on content standards, learning standards, and competencies. Through this initiative, Teacher B promotes a transparent form of assessment and highlights the importance of peer evaluation in the learning process. This slide highlights a school that promotes a 21st century learning environment across various contexts. It also showcases how iPad technology enhances instruction, assessment, and research. The school has excellent infrastructure, including advanced ICT facilities. Its classrooms are air-conditioned and equipped with projectors to support modern teaching practices. Additionally, the school is subscribed to digital applications, including an ebook creator app, allowing learners to showcase their work effectively. iPads can be powerful tools for learning, enabling students to develop solutions to real-world problems. In the digital age, security is not the only concern. Environmental waste is also a growing issue. As part of the culminating activity in Teacher B's school, learners must design innovative strategies to address this problem and present their proposals to stakeholders. Through this activity, the school has strengthened students' communication skills, enabling them to articulate their work confidently. As a result, each student has their own unique story of how iPads have supported their learning journey. The school's research emphasizes instilling values and encouraging students to see technology as a learning tool rather than just a device. By fostering positive and responsible approach to ICT use, they have contributed to its success. This next featured schools integrates advanced technology into its educational framework. Their story underscores the significant role institutional policies plays in shaping assessment practices. For instance, guidance is essential in basic education, as learners may not yet exhibit a high level of autonomy. Additionally, participation in competitions serves as a form of assessment, allowing students to showcase their skills and competencies. Ultimately, their approach highlights that one of the key purposes of evaluation is to determine an individual's eligibility for a profession. I'm sharing DYCI's story with permission from Dr. Yanga. According to Dr. Mike, before assuming his post, DYCI had a poor reputation for academic performance, leading to a continuous decline in enrollment. But as a visionary leader, he conducted a study to understand the underlying causes. His analysis revealed that some of students skip classes to spend time at nearby internet cafes, drawn in by gaming. Rather than directly opposing the internet cafes, Dr. Mike strategically engaged with the students, asking their reasons for preferring the cafe over school. Armed with these insights, he assessed the school's available resources, including the curriculum for computer subjects. He discovered that their book supplier was Pelta and initiated discussions with the company, outlining the school's needs, such as integrating gaming elements into learning and utilizing computers effectively. Since then, their school has actively participated in various robotics competitions, winning locally and globally. The school regained its academic standing with technology-driven instructional support, proving that innovation and adaptability can transform educational outcomes. The rest is history. Whether it is assessment for learning, assessment of learning, or assessment as learning, exposing learners to various forms of assessment fosters deeper understanding, critical thinking, and adaptability. By engaging students in different assessment approaches, we empower them to take ownership of their learning, refine their skills, and build confidence in their abilities. Moreover, varied assessment strategies provide educators with valuable insights, enabling informed decision-making and continuous improvement of the instructional methods. Ultimately, a well-rounded assessment framework cultivates a culture of lifelong learning where students thrive in academic and real-world environments. I featured my learning journey in the next slide, highlighting the positive impact of LMS technology for lifelong learners. Dave, in 1973, introduced the concept of the corrective function of lifelong education, emphasizing its benefits for individuals seeking self-improvement through opportunity, motivation, and educability. As technology evolves, it disrupts traditional learning methods, minimizing or even eliminating barriers to access. Consequently, education is becoming more flexible, fostering greater opportunities for learning and personal growth. In addition to my role as an educator, I am also a lifelong learner. I found my second chance at the UP Open University, where I continue to grow academically. Through computer-mediated instruction and inter-based learning, UPOU utilizes Moodle to facilitate the delivery of instruction and assessment throughout the entire program, providing a seamless and structured learning experience. As mentioned earlier, we do not advocate for a specific technology, as there is no one-size-fits-all solution. However, LMS technology effectively supports both individual and group assessments. Being internet-based, it offers flexibility in administering evaluations and allowing for automated feedback. Additionally, rubrics can be used as a structured scale to assess learner performance effectively. Moreover, beyond quizzes, it does not confine teachers and learners to a single assessment type, allowing for a varied and adaptive approaches tailored to different learning needs. A study by Lumagbas, Smith, Kerr, and Scholar on the use of tablet computers in the Philippines highlights the pivotal role of school leaders in shaping teachers' adoption of technology. Their influence extends beyond individual use, impacting the overall school culture and integration of digital tools in education. Additionally, access to technology and adequate technical support are essential for successful implementation. On issues and challenges, recently, the country has once again been flooded with statistics revealing the number of Filipino learners who have failed to meet functional literacy standards. We have been actively exploring and promoting EdTech solutions to enhance learning outcomes. However, access and affordability remain essential factors in ensuring their effective implementation. Let's talk about issues and challenges in the presented cases. On Mirror and Lenses, leveraging Facebook as a digital e-portfolio can be an effective way to promote hands-on learning, showcase skills, encourage student reflection, and foster transparency and social development. However, data privacy and online security remain primary concerns. There is a fine line between instructional innovation and the risk of invading student privacy, making it essential to implement safeguards to protect personal information. In case of Teacher B, a private school teacher, while the iPad is a promising tool for assessment, it remains a challenge to train and retrain teachers who lack the necessary skills. It is a continuous battle between technophiles and technophobes. How can we effectively support non-technical teachers in benefiting from this type of instruction? Cost is another challenge. How much does an iPad cost? Investing in iPad carts requires a significant financial commitment, especially when paired with the need for stable Wi-Fi connection across the school. Candelaria in 2007 emphasized that the adoption of ICT hardware is largely shaped by two main factors: access and the cost of access. Access to ICTs can be further categorized into two sub-factors: physical availability of technology and the essential skills required to use it effectively. In the Philippines, a key measure of physical access is the rate of technology ownership. In case 3, in robotics, Lego serves as a basic training kit for programming and robot structuring, but it comes with a high investment cost. Now, imagine losing a part or needing to purchase 3 replacement pieces. How much would that cost? If a student loses or damages a component, who bears the financial responsibility? Should the cost be charged to the student, the teacher in charge, or will the management cover it? In LMS technology, academic integrity in an online environment is an increasing concern, as the internet provides instant access to vast amount of information that can influence assessments. Online testing can make it easier for students to engage in dishonest practices, such as unauthorized collaboration, plagiarism, or having someone else complete an exam on their behalf. Beyond cheating, challenges also arise in ensuring digital assessments accurately measure learning outcomes. The lack of direct supervision in remote assessments raises questions about authenticity and credibility. Let me introduce student J, a grade 8 learner.
Weather is made of weather is made up of several different complete in order to understand whether you must understand air temperature, close wind, and and preci- precipitation, rain and snow. Weather is never exactly and exactly the same everywhere. Everywhere it is always change and depending on what climate you live in, weather can change. This 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 likely this this lady from while to while. The United States use
Here is student J's profile from MS Teams reading progress. We can view that she has a 47% accuracy rate. There were 41 mispronounced words, 71 insertions, and 23 omissions. According to the Lexile scale, future-ready and independent learners should achieve a reading level of 1,300 Lexiles, while students her age are expected to be at 1,000. Personalized learning is crucial to academic success, ensuring students receive targeted support based on their needs. Educators can track progress, adjust instructions, and foster a learning environment that promotes mastery and growth by integrating data-driven assessments. Student J's profile have clearly said it all. What message am I trying to convey? As we move forward, artificial intelligence rapidly emerges as a powerful innovation. In a digital world where communication and collaboration continue to evolve, will AI be a friend or a foe? Can it help address the learning crisis? How might it bridge the digital divide? Let me end with this. Future-proofing education through technology-based assessments requires a collective effort, echoing the idea that it takes a village. Systematizing the process ensures accessibility, promotes valid and reliable assessments, strengthens teacher support through professional development, integrates diverse assessment methods, utilizes secure platforms, and expands strategic approaches beyond traditional testing. Together, these elements foster a more productive and equitable learning environment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone, um, for listening to Professor Medina's work, on future-proofing education, reconceptualizing assessment with EdTech. Um, this, again, is the Certificate of Recognition awarded to uh, Professor Anne-Michelle S. Medina with the same citation as the others. So now, of course, thank you everyone, or to all of our plenary speakers for such insightful presentation. We will now have a lunch break. Or good afternoon and welcome back, everyone. This afternoon, I am Russell, your MC still, and this afternoon I will be joined by my co-MC, Miss Missy Silva. Miss Missy, please do the introduction.
Hello, good afternoon. Welcome back, everyone. We now move to our afternoon segment featuring research presentations from graduate students and faculty of Silliman University. These studies reflect the diverse perspectives and emerging practices in the field of educational technology. Please be reminded that each presenter will be given 20 minutes including the Q&A portion. Let us begin. Our first presenter is Oriel Lisa Maipa, a graduate student of MAED Educational Technology, Silliman University. She will share her literature review titled Connectivist Learning Strategies on Student Engagement, a review of their impact on technology integrated classes. This study highlights the role of connectivism as a framework for understanding how learners build knowledge in digital environments through networks and collaborations. Let us welcome Ms. Maipa.
Thank you, Ma'am Missy and Sir Russell. Let me share my screen first. Okay, welcome everyone and good day. Again, I am Oriel Lisa Maipa, and I am very much excited to share my review um, on how connectivist learning strategies transform student engagement in technology integrated classrooms. So, as educators and edtech enthusiasts, you know the power of digital tools to connect learners. This presentation explores connectivism, a theory for our network world, and its impact on participation, motivation, and collaboration. Over the next 15 minutes, we'll cover its principles, results, and practical ideas for your classrooms. So let's dive into how we can create a vibrant, inclusive, and learning spaces. So imagine a classroom where students connect globally, tailoring their learning with digital tools. That's the reality today. But traditional theories like behaviorism miss the mark for these network environments. So, as educators and lifelong learners, you've seen how digital technologies from social media to learning management system changed teaching. So, Connectivist steps in as a modern framework, viewing learning as navigating networks of people, ideas, and resources. It is perfect for technology integrated classroom where collaboration and personalization thrive. This review dives into how connectivism boosts students' engagement, which is a key driver of success. So, how do you use digital tools to connect your students? Let's explore connectivism's potential together. So now we'll unpack what connectivism is. Proposed by George Simmons, it sees learning as building and navigating networks, connecting people, digital technologies, and resources. Its principles like connectivity, diversity, autonomy, and currency of knowledge guide how students learn in digital spaces. Picture students using learning management system or social media to link ideas and peers worldwide. That's connectivism in action. So for you as EdTech experts, This framework aligns perfectly with technology-integrated classrooms where tools like Moodle or augmented reality create dynamic networks. Connectivism empowers students to drive their learning while tapping into diverse, up-to-date resources. This review shows how these principles come to life. So let's see why engagement matters in this context. Student engagement is the heart of learning, driving academic success. It spans four dimensions: participation, critical thinking, motivation, and collaboration. So as educators, you know engaged students are active, curious, and connected. Connectivism boosts these by linking learners to global networks and diverse resources. For example, network learning through social media sparks motivation, while augmented reality simulations deepen critical thinking. This review shows how connectivist learning strategies make learning vibrant across all these dimensions, especially in technology integrated classrooms. By fostering collaboration and autonomy, connectivism create meaningful experiences. So let's look at the goals of this review. This review tackles four key questions to guide our understanding of connectivism. First, what are its core principles and how do they work? Second, how do digital technologies support these ideas in practice? Third, what challenges arise when applying connectivist learning strategies? And fourth, what are real-world examples that show improved student engagement? So spanning K-12 and higher education from 2005 to 2025, this review draws on diverse studies to offer practical insights. So for our master students, educators, and lifelong learners, these questions connect theory to your classrooms. Think about a challenge you face with digital tools. How might connectivism help? So let's see what the research reveals. Let's dive into the results, starting with principles in action. Connectivism principles like diversity, connectivity, and autonomy shape network learning in powerful ways. MOOCs, for example, connect learners worldwide through forums, fostering diverse perspectives. Padlet's collaborative walls let students share ideas, boosting social engagement. Also, learning management system like Moodle links students to up-to-date resources, keeping knowledge current. So as EdTech educators, you've likely used similar tools. How do they work for your students? Research shows these tools shine but need support. So without guidance, autonomy can overwhelm learners. And open platforms like MOOCs often see high dropouts. Structured check-ins or clear instructions help students thrive. These findings highlight connectivism's potential to create vibrant technology-integrated classrooms, but only with thoughtful design. So next, let's explore how technologies make this possible. Digital technologies are the backbone of connectivism, creating networks that engage students. So social media like X drives participation with real-time discussions. It's perfect for your tech-savvy students. LMS like Moodle organize collaboration, making group work seamless. Augmented reality simulations deepen critical thinking by bringing lessons to life, like virtual science labs. As educators, which tool do you find most engaging? Research shows these boost student engagement, but challenges still persist. Information overload can overwhelm students, and access gaps in under-resourced settings exclude some learners. Designing user-friendly platforms and offering offline options can help. These insights show how technology powers connectivist learning strategies, but equity and balance are still the key. So let's look at the challenges we need to address. Connectivism faces real hurdles that you as educators may recognize. We have digital literacy gaps make it hard for some students to navigate networks. There's also an equal access to digital technologies, which exclude learners in under-resourced areas. Assessing network learning as well, like collaboration or autonomy, is tricky without clear methods. So the Community of Inquiry Framework offers a solution blending social, cognitive, and teaching presence to complement connectivism. Its focus on community and guidance balances connectivism's autonomy, fostering motivation and belonging. These challenges highlight the need for training, equitable access, and better assessment tools to make connectivist learning strategies work for all. So let's take a look at case studies or examples that illustrates the practical application of connectivist learning strategies in enhancing student engagement. These case studies or examples presented here, is summarized in this table, illustrates the practical applications of connectivist learning strategies in enhancing student engagement across K-12 and higher education settings. It's organized by technology type, engagement dimension, and educational context. These studies demonstrate how tools like social media, learning management system, augmented reality, and other digital tools foster network learning. So first, let's see a case study on how social media enhance engagement in higher education. This study explored connectivism in higher education settings with 45 undergraduates using Facebook groups for collaborative discussion, which aligns with connectivism's principles of diversity of opinions. The result, 80% of students reported stronger community ties, significantly boosting effective engagement or their sense of motivation and belonging. This shows social media's power to foster informal network learning, but it also requires careful moderation to sustain engagement. Next, let's see how social media platform engages K-12 students in the Philippines. This study brings us to a Philippine K-12 classroom where 50 social studies students used X for real-time discussions. X supported connectivism's principles of diversity and currency, letting students share and access up-to-date perspectives. The outcome was a 22% increase in social engagement, with students actively collaborating on discussion threads. This case highlights social media's potential for young learners in non-Western settings, but guidance is still the key to prevent information overload. Now let's shift to learning management systems, starting with a global higher education example. This study focused on higher education students using Moodle, a learning management system. Moodle enabled structured collaboration like forums and shared tasks, aligning with connectivism's node connectivity principles. The result was a 30% increase in student interaction, thereby enhancing behavioral engagement with a moderate effect size. This shows that LMS platforms create scalable networks for collaboration, but they need intuitive designs to maximize participation. Let's stay with LMS, but move to a Philippine higher education context with distance learning. This study examined higher education distance learning in the Philippines using an LMS. The LMS supported collaborative tasks like group projects, fostering connectivism's principle of connectedness. So students reported high social presence, scoring 4.2 out of 5, which strengthened their collaborative engagement. This case underscores LMS' role in building community in remote settings, but reliable internet access is very crucial in the Philippines. And next, let's explore how augmented reality enhances K-12 learning globally. So this study involved 12 K-12 students using augmented reality simulations in a global classroom setting. The AR created immersive learning experiences like virtual science labs, supporting connectivism's collaborative knowledge building. The outcome was a 15% increase in cognitive engagement, with test scores rising from 62.4 to 71.8. So this highlights augmented reality's potential to deepen critical thinking, but it requires teachers' training to integrate effectively. And finally, let's look at another K-12 study using Google Classroom. This study explored connectivist strategies in a Philippine K-12 science classroom. Engaging 60 students through Google Classroom, the platform facilitated network assignments aligning with connectivity and resulted in an 18% participation increase, thereby enhancing behavioral engagement. This case underscores the potential of structured tools for young learners, but highlights the need for digital literacy training in under-resourced settings. Information equitable implementation strategies. These case studies show connectivism's power to boost engagement, from social media's motivational impact to the learning management's structured collaboration. These insights inform our recommendations for educators, designers, and policymakers to create inclusive, engaging learning environments. So to conclude, this review shows that connectivist learning strategies transform student engagement in technology-integrated classrooms. They spark active participation, deepen critical thinking, boost motivation, and strengthen collaboration, creating vibrant learning spaces. Yet, challenges like digital literacy gaps, unequal access, and the need for guidance persist, especially in under-resourced settings. So, as educators and lifelong learners, you can address these to unlock connectivism's potential. The vision is clear. Education is rooted in connection, flexibility, and inclusion, preparing students for a network world. The next slides offer practical ideas to make this happen. So let's explore recommendations for you and other stakeholders. For educators, you can bring connectivism to life with creative strategies. So try virtual learning caravans, guiding students to explore topics across blogs or forums. These sparks network learning by connecting students to diverse resources and peers, thereby encouraging independence and variety. Another idea is time capsule projects, which let students archive current knowledge like news or stories for future classes. This will highlight the value of up-to-date information, emphasizing relevance. To support independence while providing direction, educators can also hold digital compass sessions to offer short check-ins to reflect and set goals, balancing autonomy. So for our instructional designers, building engaging platforms that encourage network learning while ensuring accessibility and engagement for all. So one creative idea is to craft learning constellation interfaces that maps connections in LMS as star-like visuals, making navigation fun. Another approach is to develop an adaptive engagement pods that adjust groups' tasks based on interactions, fostering teamwork and connections. To support access, designers can also create device-agnostic toolkits that ensure content works on any devices, supporting under-resourced learners. So these strategies makes learning inclusive and dynamic. Now let's see how policymakers and researchers can contribute. So policymakers, you can drive equity in connectivist learning strategies. One idea is to establish digital learning commons that offer free tools and peer networks, thereby creating global hubs for network learning. Another strategy is to set up tech mentor networks, train volunteers to guide students and teachers, extending support beyond classrooms. And to improve access, policymakers can deploy mobile learning vans equipped with devices and internet to under-resourced areas, bringing technology-integrated classrooms directly to students. And lastly, for our researchers, you can push connectivism boundaries. One idea is to explore emotional network mapping. Another one is to investigate connectivist micro communities, like small self-organized online students group formed around shared interest, studying how they maintain student engagement without formal guidance. And additionally, researchers can examine future-proof models, test how connectivism prepares students for AI and beyond, focusing on adaptability and lifelong learning. So these ideas shape inclusive, future-ready education. By addressing challenges like access and literacy, we can create inclusive, dynamic learning spaces. So as educators and edtech experts, you're at the forefront of this change. So let's embrace connectivist learning strategies to prepare students for a connected world. Thank you so much for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Ma'am Lisa, for your insights and discussion. Oh, so now we are going to our Q&A portion of this discussion. If you have questions to Ma'am Lisa, please post them on in the inbox or our chat box. Okay, we have one question, Ma'am Liz, from Jaiza Alexandra, Maedtech. How can you how can teachers effectively implement connectivist strategies in classroom with limited technological resources?
Okay, thank you so much, Ronjaisa, for that question. So even with limited technologies, teachers can still apply connectivist principles by encouraging peer collaboration. Yeah, we can also use mobile-friendly platforms like Facebook groups or Messenger for discussions. And of course, we should integrate community resources as well. So for instance, student can engage in group projects that involve local interviews or community mapping, thereby fostering connections beyond the walls of our classroom.
Okay, thank you. So in the interest of time, we only have one more question. So hopefully Ma'am Lisa can get a shorter answer to this. Another question from Sir Brittany. What future developments can we expect of students' engagement in the connectivity learning strategies, especially in the advent of AI in the Philippine context?
Okay, that's a very interesting question. Well, basically, AI is already enhancing student engagement through connectivist learning strategies here in the Philippines. So, for instance, we have the Department of Education, which has partnered with Microsoft. They implemented the Microsoft 365 Copilot. And also in the University of the Philippines, they have also been proactive in integrating AI into their teaching and learning process. And of course, they have developed ethical use of AI. And I think same goes with Silliman University. So for UPOU, they've all incorporated gamification elements into their online courses to boost students' motivation and engagement. So looking ahead, we can expect further developments in AI-driven personalized learning and enhanced collaboration among students, both locally and of course globally. And these advancements for sure will aim to make education more inclusive, adaptive, and engaging for all learners. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ma'am Lisa. And as much as we want to entertain the rest of the questions from Miss Justine and Sir Fernando, in the interest of time, we have to proceed to our next uh, presenter. But first, let's give the certificate of recognition to Ma'am Oriel Lisa in grateful recognition of her invaluable contribution as a speaker during the celebration of EdTech Day with the presentation titled Connectivist Learning Strategies on Student Engagement, a review of their impact on technology integrated courses, held live via Zoom on May 10, 2025, signed by our director, Dr. Dave Marshall. And for the interest of the other questions, I request Ma'am Liza to, ma'am, please give them your email address so you can they can address the question to you via email. So that we'll continue the engagement on this uh, topic. So after that, yes, thank you very much, Ma'am Liza, for sharing your email address. Your questions will be, please give your questions to through the email address, no, for continued engagement. And now let us proceed to our next presenter. Missy, can you introduce our next presenter?
Yes, Sir Russell, thank you. Next, we have Mr. Chris Benedict Sevillano, also from Educational Technology and Silliman University. His presentation is titled Integrating Arduino into the Curriculum, a systematic literature review on challenges and best practices from a constructionist learning perspective. This review explores how Arduino technology supports hands-on, exploratory learning in STEM education, and outlines the key challenges and strategies for successful implementation. Mr. Sevillano?
Yes, ma'am. Wait, ma'am. Thank you for that generous introduction. Let me cast my screen first. All right. Okay. Good afternoon or good day, everyone. Thank you for being here. My name is Chris Benedict V. Sevillano, and today I'm presenting my systematic literature review entitled Integrating Arduino into the Curriculum, Challenges and Best Practices from a Constructionist Learning Perspective. Over the next 20 minutes, or probably less than that, we'll explore how Arduino can turn classrooms into spaces of creativity and problem solving. If we can overcome the hurdles, now let's get started. Let's begin with what Arduino is. It is an open source microcontroller that lets students design and program real devices like robots or smart gadgets. It's affordable, versatile, and supported by a, should I say, huge online community, making it ideal for education in itself. Now, why does this matter? Technology shapes our world, and students need skills beyond memorizing facts. They need to somewhat like innovate and solve problems. Arduino makes this possible by putting tools into their hands in order for them to create, align perfectly with constructionist learning theory, where students learn by building something real. Today, we'll focus on secondary education with a few nods to primary schools for context. But integrating Arduino, of course, isn't easy. Teachers may lack tech skills, budgets are, should I say, tight, and curriculums rather prioritize tests over projects. My review digs into these challenges and uncovers solutions, showing how Arduino can prepare students for a tech-driven future. Let's move to our goals. What are we aiming to understand? My review answers 3 questions. Firstly, what challenges do educators face when integrating Arduino into classrooms? Next, what strategies work best to address these challenges? And lastly, how does Arduino support project-based learning and broader education goals like critical thinking? These questions frame our journey through the literature, highlighting both the obstacles and the promise of Arduino. Next, we'll tackle the challenges. Now, based on the study itself, first is we have the results for the challenges. Firstly, we have teacher-related challenges, of course. Many teachers aren't trained in coding or should I say electronics. A study by Garcia Peñalvo and Mendez showed they faced a steep learning curve. Without support, they're somewhat like nervous, especially if students outpace them. Plus, preparing Arduino lessons take time they don't have. Next to that is resource-related challenges. Arduino boards are cheap, but then add sensors and wires for 30 students and costs climb. Technical glitches like faulty hardware also disrupt classes. Schools with limited funds or tech support struggle most as well. Next to that is curriculum alignment. Fitting Arduino into a test-focused curriculum is tough. Teachers worry it won't meet standards rather, or that it'll steal time from exam preparation. Grading is somewhat like tricky as well. Now, how do you score a project where trial and error matter more than the result? And then the last one would be student-related challenges. Skill levels vary widely. Some students code easily, others don't. This forces teachers to juggle different paces, cutting into project time. Now, these hurdles sound daunting, but they're not the whole story. Let's see how educators actually overcome them. These are the results for the best practices. How do we make this work? The literature offers solid strategies. Firstly, support for teachers. Training is essential. Workshops, online courses, and Arduino's own resources like the Project Hub help teachers gain confidence. They don't need to be pros, rather, they just guide students. Aside from that, we also have the introduction of AI as well, because AI in itself could also teach us things, especially when it comes to Arduino. Next is the resource management. Schools can stretch budgets with classroom packs or affordable Arduino clones. Grants and equipment sharing between groups help too. Now, Arduino in itself is somewhat like, to some, it is expensive, but we have Arduino clones such as Lufvin, and the rest goes on. You could actually purchase a kit, a super starter kit for less than 1,000, and that could actually do a lot of stuffs now. Next to that is curriculum design. Tie Arduino to existing goals. In physics, students can build circuits. In tech, they could code. They could create realistic capstones as well. Now, Arduino could actually be integrated in not just these subjects, they could be integrated in programming, of course, because you need to code in order for you to create an output. Electronics, because you need to wire up all the components in your Arduino in order for you to create an output. Physics for motion detection, in science as well, English or literature because they'll have collaboration, and yeah, basically almost all subjects that are out there. And then lastly, we have instructional strategies. Start simple, blink an LED first. Group work builds teamwork and saves resources. Let students pick projects they love. Like an example is robotic octopuses at Acera School. Engagement soars when they're in charge because this introduces learner autonomy. These practices don't just fix problems, they make Arduino a game changer. Let's see how it fits into project-based learning. Project-based learning, or PBL, is about solving real problems. Hands-on, and Arduino excels here. Students don't just read about tech, they build it. A study by, again, Garcia, Peñalvo, and Mendez found students using Arduino in PBL grasp electronics and coding better than with traditional methods. At Acera School, kids designed projects like automated bubble machines driving their own learning. This boosts creativity, collaboration, and critical thinking. Arduino also teaches resilience. When a project fails, students debug and try again, a skill for life, not just class. It's open source. Nature connects them to a global community, expanding to various horizons. In short, Arduino turns PBL, or project-based learning, into a powerhouse for learning aligning with goals like adaptability and innovation. Let's wrap up with the findings. Firstly, what does this all mean? Arduino can revolutionize education. It engages students, sharpens their problem solving, and links theory to action. But challenges like training, funding, and curriculum fit stand in the way. The good news, solutions exist. With teacher support, smart budgeting, and flexible projects, Arduino can thrive in any classroom. When it does, students don't just learn, they invent. Still, gaps remain. We need better ways to grade hands-on and work and more studies on Arduino's long-term impact. But the potential is undeniable. It's a tool for building not just circuits, but future-ready thinkers. Let's go to our recommendation. Here's how to move forward. For educators, start small, try basic projects, and use free resources like Arduino's Project Hub. Let students lead as you learn together. For researchers, develop clear ways to access or assess PBL skills like creativity or persistence. Study if Arduino inspires them careers along term. For policymakers, fund teacher training and classroom kits. Make tools like Arduino available to every student, not just the lucky few. And for all of us, keep experimenting. Arduino is one piece of a bigger puzzle. By tackling challenges and scaling success, we can equip students to shape tomorrow's world. That would be all for my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Sir Chris, for that very concise discussion on the integrating Arduino in our curriculum. No, so now we actually have more time to entertain more of the questions. So first, we have a question from Justin Kyle. For a teacher new to Arduino, what are the first 3 steps you'd recommend to get started, and what pitfalls should they watch out for?
Okay, thank you for that question. Thank you, Justin, as well. For the first question, I would actually have the 3 steps. First is to search up for online resources provided by not just Arduino, but the online community itself, especially in Arduino education or forums that are linked to Arduino. Second is to practice basic coding, especially like blinking LED lights. And then lastly would be to continuously learning, because with continuous learning, you are helping making yourself stay sharp. And then the potential pitfall would be just practice, continuously practice. That's it.
All right.
Next.
We have another question coming from Sir Brittany. What teaching practices help make Arduino use more sustainable and effective in different type of schools?
Thank you for that wonderful question again, Mr. Brittany. For the question, what teaching practices help make Arduino use more sustainable and effective in different types of schools? Arduino itself, even though it comes with various problems such as costly, it may be costly, especially the kits in itself, we have some alternatives. Because even though Arduino is, again, costly, we have alternatives such as the online simulator, which is called Tinkercad. With Tinkercad, we can not just limit the learning to students who can actually purchase the kits themselves, because in Tinkercad, we could actually have or teach learners, even though they have limited resources, the basics when it comes to Arduino. Because again, Tinkercad, you have the basics of coding and then the wiring as well. Hopefully I answered the question of Mr. Brittany.
Okay, thank you very much, Sir Chris. Again, in the interest of time, we have more presenters coming up later on, and then we would, as much as we would like to entertain the rest of the questions, again, the questions will be answered by the presenter via chat. Okay, so that you can interact right away. So now let's proceed to our next. First, the certificate of recognition to Sir Chris Benedict Sevillino for his his contribution and the discussion on integrating Arduino in our curriculum. Thank you very much, Sir Chris. Um, certificate. So yeah, maybe Sir Chris can give a smile so can take a screenshot. Okay, anyway, let's proceed to the next presenter. Um, Missy, please introduce.
All right, our third presenter is Miss Jaisa Alexandra Superio, MAED Educational Technology in Silliman University. Her paper, Teaching PE with Technology in Elementary Schools, a Constructivist Lens Through Literature Review, reimagines physical education through the integration of digital tools while maintaining learner-centered, experiential approaches. Miss Superio?
Thank you, ma'am. So let me share my screen. Okay, can you see now my screen? Okay, so let me start.
Yes. po.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I am Jaisa Alexandra J. Superio, and today I'm gonna share to you about my study. And the topic that I chose is about teaching PE or physical education with technology in elementary schools, a constructivist lens through literature review. So, before I dive into my study or review, I picked this study because I want to explore more on the subject that I am currently teaching. And also, I want to expand my teaching strategies based on the 21st century skill learners, especially that, of course, it's elementary. The young ones are, we call them as Gen Alpha, and they really know about technology. So I think this one will help teachers and even the learners integrating technology in physical education curriculum. So let's take a deeper look into my literature review. And this study will analyze the impact and effect of technology in PE elementary schools as a constructivist approach. So first, let's know and define the physical education in elementary. Next, the constructivism theory and the constructivism theory in physical education. So, physical education in elementary plays a crucial role in laying the foundation of lifelong physical literacy. At a young age, elementary learners are introduced to the essential movement skills and fundamental motor patterns that will serve as a building blocks for future physical activity. One of the most significant advantages of an elementary physical education program is its impact on social emotional growth. So, through a variety of cooperative games and structured activities, students learn critical life skills such as teamwork, communication, and problem solving. So, in a constructivist environment, the learners are actively engaged, know how to work independently, know and build upon prior knowledge, work collaboratively, make connections, and think critically. So these learners are engaged in active experience and they can solve problems, form new ideas based on past experiences, and construct their own knowledge rather. So the process of learning and infusing technology in the classroom occurred in an environment that has a reflective practices, small group instruction, project-based learning, a democratic process in self-assessment and goal setting. So, and when it comes to physical education, this translates to movement experiences where learners construct knowledge by engaging in tasks, reflecting on performance, and collaborating with peers. So, Dyson and others argue that PE environments should foster autonomy and inquiry, aligning closely with constructivist principles. So, when teaching technology, it is when technology is used intentionally, such as for video feedback or self-monitoring, it can serve as a scaffold for these learning processes. So Piaget and Vygotsky, who developed this theory, emphasize also that constructivism promotes active participation and social interaction. So the significance of this study is it is grounded in constructivist theory. The use of digital tools in physical education can create student-centered experiential environment that support meaningful physical activity and deeper learning. So Questions were raised included: how do elementary students perceive their learning experiences in a physical education class that uses technology through a constructivist approach? The second question is, what are elementary teachers' observation of student behavior, participation, and learning when technology is integrated into constructivist PE instruction? So for my results and discussion, the technological tools in physical education are the wearables. They are devices such as smartphones, tablets, computers, and game consoles have become widespread among both adults and children. So in physical education, where technology advancement is rapidly increasing, teachers have embraced its use due to noticeable improvements in learning outcomes, like the inclusion of technology in the classroom has shown positive results and continues to support student engagement and understanding. So I can also attest to that because I've been using like video or like the just dance in physical education, where I can see the motivation and the engagement of the learners. And then next, the extra games are there are some learners who are inactive in PE class. They have shown motivation and engagement. They have positive attitude toward physical activities, self-efficacy, and perceived control. Extra games also provide situation in which students can increase the regularity of their practice of physical exercise. So from the journals and articles reviewed, the data concluded that teaching PE with technology in elementary schools as a constructivist approach increase students' motivation. Numerous studies have highlighted the potential of technology to enhance PE instruction and learning outcomes. So Cassie, Goodyear, and Armour found that the digital technologies, when used with pedagogical intent, increased student motivation and allowed for greater personalization of activities. And next is, it will also enhance students' performance. Sinelnikov and Hassi show that video analysis tools help elementary students reflect on movement patterns and correct techniques, aligning well with the constructivist emphasis on reflection. And the technology is as a pedagogical tool. So wearable technologies such as fitness trackers and heart rate monitors further enhances students' ability to self-assess and monitor physical activity levels. As reported by Ololin and others, young learners showed increased awareness of their physical activity habits and greater willingness to participate when using such devices. Okay. So it also applies the principles of constructivist learning, and the tools such as extra games, wearable devices, mobile applications, videos, activity monitors, and educational websites have been widely utilized to support various aspects of learning. So the primary benefits of these technologies have been observed in the improvement of students' physical health, student autonomy, and peer collaboration. In contrast, some articles and journals reviewed stated that impact was not that meaningful enough in teaching PE in elementary schools because of the significant barriers or challenges. And these include the digital divide or the limited access to devices. There's also lack or insufficient teachers training, and the rural versus urban connectivity. So the literature indicates that technology alone does not drive engagement. It is the constructivist design emphasizing collaboration, reflection, and problem solving that enables its full potential. So addressing these challenges will be key to realizing a more equitable and effective integration of technology in PE curricula. As digital natives, elementary learners benefit from this enriched learning opportunities, provided the technology is used to support discovery, collaboration, and reflection, and not just entertainment. So for my conclusions and recommendations, Technology in PE, when guided by constructivist approach, can significantly enhance students' engagement, motivation, and understanding of movement concepts, foster greater student autonomy, ownership of learning as it facilitates inquiry-based activities, provide immediate feedback, and support personalized skill development. The tools also that can be used, like the Exer games, wearables, and video analysis apps, highlights its potential to promote self-assessment, reflection, and collaboration. So for my recommendations, I have cited 3. So first is implementing explicit classroom regulations and utilizing organized interactive technologies such as gamified learning platforms that can enhance student concentration while capitalizing on the advantages of digital research or digital resources, I mean. The next is educational institutions must allocate resources towards the requisite technology infrastructure, guaranteeing equitable access to digital tools specifically designed for physical education environments. And lastly, policymakers should consider investing in teacher training programs, ensuring equitable access to the digital resources, and establishing ethical frameworks for data use in PE. So by reinforcing the link between digital innovation and physical activity outcomes, this study contributes to evidence-based practice, providing educators and decision makers with insights into sustainable and effective technology adoption in PE curricula. So to end my study or review, let's bear in mind that technology can be a leverage as a powerful tool to enhance both the quality and inclusivity of PE instruction. When used thoughtfully and effectively, it has the potential to revolutionize how learners engage with physical activity, promoting healthier lifestyles and improving learning outcomes. So the key lies in finding a balanced approach that maximizes the benefits of technology while maintaining the fundamental value of physical education as a discipline that fosters movement, collaboration, and lifelong well-being. So thank you so much for listening.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ma'am Superior, for your discussion on our topic. So, in the interest of time, we actually have 5 more minutes. Let's entertain some of the questions here. Also, Ma'am Superior, you may also reply to the other questions related to
Sure,
your
ma'am.
topic. So, first, we can perhaps discuss it live. One question for now, from Miss Orielisa Maipa. What does existing literature say about student outcomes when using technology in constructivist PE?
So the study suggests that it improves student motivation, deeper understanding of fitness concepts, and better retention of skills when used constructively. So learners tend to perform better when they can visualize progress, reflect on performance, and collaborate on activities.
Sa mouthpiece, gano'n eh.
All right, so we have
Okay.
another question, Sir Russell. This
Yes.
is coming from Sir Fernando Bellarmino. So, in what ways does using technology in PE promote student autonomy, reflection, and collaboration, core values of the constructivist approach?
So in what ways? Can you please, ma'am, repeat the question again? In what?
The question, ma'am, is in what ways does using technology in PE promote student autonomy, reflection, and collaboration?
So for example, if sometimes so we know that there's limited resources. So in order to promote like student autonomy, we can have the blended learning or flip learning, like giving pupils or students the video in advance for the next topic, like movements and basic movements in volleyball, for example. So uh, as they attend classes, they'll be able to know, and they will be able to have that personalized learning and idea about the topic. And even they can have the reflection, and they can collaborate with peers. They can share ideas, or share the techniques that they have learned. So like, also it comes with peer-to-peer learning. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you very much, Ma'am Superio. So, as we would like to at least answer again the others, but there are so many questions, Miss Superio, may we request you to please respond to the emails, the chat related to your topic. So, now let's give Miss Superio her certificate of recognition for presenting her paper on teaching PE with technology in elementary schools, a constructivist lens through literature review. So again, thank you very much, Ms. Superio, for your presentation. Let us
Thank
now
you so
proceed.
much.
Yes. Let us now proceed to our next presenter. Missy, please introduce.
All right. So up next is Miss Anthea Rendaje, AMAED Educational Technology. She will discuss enhancing mathematics learning through technology and gamification. This review outlines how principles of behaviorism, like reinforcement and repetition, can be effectively applied through gamified tools in mathematics instruction. Ms. Rendaje?
Hello, can I be heard, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Can be
ma'am.
heard. Can
Yes,
be
ma'am.
heard.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So this afternoon, I will be presenting my literature review entitled Enhancing Mathematics Learning Through Technology and Gamification, a literature review of behaviorist approaches. Before I continue, I would like to introduce myself. I am Anthea Rendaje. I am a faculty at Central Philippine University, Iloilo, and I have been teaching elementary math and computer subjects for almost 7 years. And I am passionate about using technology and gamification in my classes to make learning more fun, personalized, and effective. And this study is not only relevant to my teaching practice, but it also aligns with my commitment to continuous improvement and student centered learning. So, this afternoon, I will discuss. I will be discussing the introduction, the objectives, uh, the methodology, the results, and conclusion. Let's start. Why mathematics? So mathematics is considered one of the most challenging subjects for learners in the education sector. Let's have a quick throwback. Can you hit the like or the thumbs up button if you ever felt scared, anxious, or maybe you found math difficult when during your school days? Me myself have experienced low performance or low grade when I was in math when I was in grade school. Teachers also find it difficult, okay, and based on my experience, as many students struggle to engage with the subject, and sometimes their perceptions with the subject is already negative, which is hard and difficult, and hence some learners perform poorly in this subject. According to the PISA assessment or Program for International Student Assessment 2022, the Philippines ranked 76 among 81 countries in mathematics. As seen on the graph, the Philippines ranked 76 with an average score of 344. So for comparison, I use this graph. So Singapore is considered a top performer with an average score of 569. Meanwhile, the country of Morocco has got an average score of 323. According to the results, only 16% of students reached at least level 2 proficiency. Most students do not have the minimum knowledge expected of their age. Additionally, no students in the Philippines were top performers in mathematics. Just Hutin and Matt suggest that students' personal experiences and self-beliefs, as well as the teaching methods employed by the teachers, are factors that influence students' perception of mathematics, particularly at the elementary school level. So, with the rapid evolution of technology, various approaches leveraging technology have emerged, one of which is digital gamification. Gamification is defined as the use of game design elements in non game contexts. Gamification trends began to develop rapidly and were frequently used in mathematics starting from the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020 during the height of the online learning. The gamification approach is a potential strategy to increase students' motivation and understanding of mathematical concepts. As you can see on the video, this one is an example where I integrate technology in my class, technology and gamification. So students find it exciting and motivational. This study is grounded in the theoretical framework of behaviorism, which is a theory of learning that focuses on observable behaviors and posits that all behaviors are acquired through conditioning. This emphasizes learning through reinforcement. So the diagram on the screen illustrates the behaviorist learning model, which explains how learning occurs through interactions with the environment. So in this model, the stimulus in this case is the gamification or the game, and it triggers a response from the learner, such as engagement, participation, or task completion. And then this response is followed by reinforcement, which strengthens the behavior in the form of points, badges, leaderboards, or even rewards. So these elements serve as positive reinforcement, encouraging learners to repeat the desired behavior and stay motivated. So this model highlights how gamified learning environments can effectively shape behavior and support skill development through consistent feedback and rewards. So this literature review looks at how using games and technology helps students do better in mathematics, especially with many Filipino students struggle in math based on the PISA results. And this research explores how digital tools and game-based elements such as points, badges, and rewards can serve effective reinforcement in improving student behavior and performance in math. So the findings of this study are expected to benefit, of course, the educators by providing practical insights on how can gamified strategies be used to motivate students and also reinforce academic performance. Second one, for the students or the learners by promoting more engaging and rewarding learning experience that can help build confidence and improve academic achievement. The third one are the schools by offering evidence-based recommendations for incorporating technology-enhanced learning tools such as gamification into mathematics curriculum. And lastly, for researchers, by identifying gaps in the current literature and suggesting directions for future studies on behaviorist approaches and gamification in education. Now, this literature review aimed at answering the question, how do technology and gamification, which is grounded in behaviorism, impact learning in mathematics? So based on this, the review will explore the questions, what behaviorist principles are most commonly used or applied in gamified mathematics learning environment? How do game elements such as points, badges, and leaderboards influence student engagement and academic performance? And finally, what gaps and challenges do learners and teachers face in using gamification in mathematics? Uh, For the methodology, I used the systematic literature review guided by the Prisma. So I started with identification, screening, eligibility, and inclusion. Let's proceed to the results. So the key findings is that the gamification using technology is an effective teaching tool in mathematics. Based on my uh, included articles, the analysis of 22 studies revealed there is increased student engagement and motivation, enhanced problem-solving skills, and improved academic performance. Also, it reflects the positive effects on collaborative learning. So 15 of the 22 reviewed studies highlighted the effectiveness of gamification increasing student motivation. Students showed increased interest in participating in math, attributed to the interactive and enjoyable nature of gamified learning environments. Here, game elements like points, badges, and leaderboards provide immediate feedback and rewards that reinforce behavior for the behaviorist principle. So as you can see, this one is a recorded or screen recorded result, a leaderboard that I got during our game on percent, fraction, and decimal equivalence. Below, I also have the leaderboard using the quizzes application for fast math. So as you can see the results here. Gamified environments are interactive, competitive, and collaborative. Saylor and Homer identified positive effects of gamification on cognitive, motivational, and behavioral learning outcomes. Students showed increased interest in participating on mathematical activities. Then, according to Bison and Kokakoyun, the inclusion of gamification methods increase students' interest in class and their ambitions for success. Incorporating game mechanics such as levels, badges, experience points, and leaderboards in a class can increase student involvement in educational activities. The use of game-based learning supports memory and enthusiasm. For the aspect of academic performance and problem solvings, the study of Medico showed that gamification can significantly improve students' mathematical skills, aligning with the need to leverage technological advancement and education. It has the ability to engage students, teach new concepts, and reinforce previously taught concepts. From the meta-analysis that Diaz and Estoque Lonias conducted, it confirmed that there is positive learning outcome on student learning achievement based on gamification. Next. The effects of gamification were multifaceted in the Philippine setting. Positive outcomes included improved academic performance. According to the study of Laksana and others, the combination of gamification and metacognition results to better problem solving. Several articles affirm that there is significant effect of gamification on academic performance and problem-solving skills. However, Lim, on his study, found no significant difference between the pre-test and post-test scores, suggesting that gamified classes are not always a better teaching strategy for problem-solving in math. Meanwhile, game integration in classes does not guarantee learning effectiveness. The fun learners have when integrating games is not enough to presume that learning is taking place. So despite the positive findings, these are some challenges that were identified. So Ortiz found that while leaderboards provided a sense of achievement, it does not signify consistent self-efficacy and learning performance. According to Al-Naim, Poorly designed game elements can demotivate learners, and students with higher math proficiency showed greater appreciation for the gamified class, whereas the approach was less effective for those with low performance levels. Another study from Medico and others, unequal tech access and internet connections usually raise equity concerns. So challenges exist, particularly in the third world countries like the Philippines, where students lack equal access to technology. Adapting to technological developments is crucial for educators, emphasizing the value of incorporating tools such as gamified teaching approaches to enhance student engagement and learning effectiveness. Teachers face also difficulties when it comes to customizing gamification tools based on students' different mathematical knowledge to cater their needs. Teachers must allocate considerable time to engage in the planning and designing of gamification tools. Even if this is possible, the teaching preparation and concern about the effectiveness of the learning make it unwise for teachers to distribute their time accordingly, and implementing gamified learning requires adequate resources and teacher training, which may be lacking in some educational settings. Now let's proceed to the conclusion. Gamification, when integrated with technology, can significantly enhance mathematics learning. The findings indicate that gamification improves student engagement, motivation, academic performance, and problem-solving skills by creating interactive and rewarding learning environments. Game elements such as points, badges, and leaderboards provide immediate feedback and reinforce positive learning behaviors, aligning well with the behaviorist principles. However, the effectiveness of gamification is not universal. It varies depending on the individual learner differences, the quality of the game design, and the access to technology. Moreover, the role of teachers must also be considered. A successful implementation requires their active involvement, adequate training, and support. To further enhance the effectiveness of gamification in mathematics education, here are the following recommendations. Number one, identify learning objectives. Clearly define the learning objectives that gamification aims to achieve. This will ensure that the game elements are aligned with educational goals and reflect the characteristics of the students. Number two, select effective technology and game mechanisms. Choose technology and game mechanisms that are effective in achieving learning objectives. The combination of fun game mechanics and meaningful gameplay motivates students to keep playing and learning. Next, teacher training and resources. Prepare enriched program on subjects that can be taught using digital gamification. Teachers should participate in seminars, in-service training, and courses on the applied teaching of technological tools to enrich mathematics education. And address technical challenges. Ensure that the students have access to reliable technology and address technical issues such as slow processing or failure to process information completely. Provide support for students who are not expert in using technological tools. Gamification is not about making learning fun. It is about making it meaningful by thoughtfully aligning technology with pedagogy. We can inspire a generation of learners who are not only skilled but deeply motivated to keep learning. That's it for my presentation, and thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ma'am Althea Rendaje, for presenting your paper on enhancing mathematics learning through technology and gamification. No, so we still have 5 more minutes to entertain some of the questions, and to give chance to others, no, and asking questions. Let me choose some. Ma'am Rendahe, you can answer the rest of the questions later by replying through the chat. But for now, let's try to entertain the question by Sir Ray. In what ways can technology and gamification, grounded in behaviorist principles, sustainably enhance motivation and mastery in elementary mathematics learning? So,
Um,
yeah.
the integration, because our children nowadays are, techie children, and they're actually interested in playing games, especially um, in the classroom. So integrating your lesson with the application of technology can help and sustain the learning of the children, and not only using one platform or one activity, but there should be a variety of platforms, of techniques and approaches, or different types of gamification that you should apply in your instruction for it to be sustainable in your teaching.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am Rendahe.
So
So
we have another
perhaps
question, Sir Russell, coming from Sir Fernando Villarmino. Okay. This question, what are the potential limitations of relying solely on behaviorist strategies when using technology in math instruction, and how can they be balanced with other approaches?
Um, I think it's not only solely using the behaviorist approaches, behaviorism, but also integrating other learning theories as well. And for us in the elementary, the rewards and the reinforcement are a big part in motivating the learners, especially by incorporating games in the classes. Did I answer the question correctly, ma'am?
I think you served it well, ma'am. But to clarify, perhaps you can, if Sir Fernando has more, yes, actually said yes. So, Ma'am Rindahe, if you can also reply to the rest of the questions via chat. And yes, of course, in the interest of time, we cannot entertain all of the questions. So please, presenters, reply to the chats. So now let us present Ma'am Rendahe with her certificate of recognition. Okay. Thank you very much, Sir Fred, for uh, certificate of recognition presented to Ma'am Althea Rendaje for presenting her paper in enhancing mathematics learning through technology and gamification, a literature review of behaviorist approach. Thank you very much, Ma'am Rendaje, for your wonderful presentation.
Thank you so much.
So again, let's proceed now to the next presenter. Missy, please present.
So we now welcome Mr. Justin Kyle Orkin, a MAED Educational Technology. His presentation, Teaching Computer System Servicing Through Hands-on Practice, a literature review of constructivist strategies. It explores how real-world task-based learning fosters deeper understanding in technical vocational education. Mr. Orkin?
Thank you, ma'am. Let me share my slide. Okay. Good day, everyone. I am Justin Kyle, A. Erkin, a part-time instructor at Northwest Summer State University, and also a Master of Arts in Education major in Educational Technology student. Today, I am excited to present a literature review on teaching computer system servicing through hands-on practice, focusing on how constructivist strategies can enhance technical vocational education in the Philippine context. With the emergence of the Fourth Industrial Revolution, the need for skilled ICT professionals has grown significantly. Computer system servicing refers to the maintenance, repair, and overall care of the computer hardware and software to ensure they function properly and effectively. It is a vital part of IT support and technical work. It includes tasks like assembling computers, installing and updating software and operating systems, troubleshooting hardware and software issues, cleaning and maintaining components to prevent overheating or damage, backing up data and ensure system security, network and internet setup. In response, Computer System Servicing or CSS under the Technology Livelihood Education curriculum plays a critical role. However, traditional methods have proven insufficient. In this review, explores the effectiveness of constructivist, hands-on strategies in better equipping students with relevant skills. This review is grounded in constructivist learning theory, which emphasizes that learners construct knowledge actively through experience and interactions. In CSS, this means applying theory to real tasks like configuring networks or repairing hardware and system. Such, such experiential learning enhances retention and builds autonomy and critical thinking, skills vital in the ICT field. As we all know, hands-on practice is a cornerstone of constructivist pedagogy. It also it allows learners to apply theoretical concepts in practical context, thereby reinforcing understanding and retention. This approach aligns well with the competency-based structure of CSS, which require demonstratable skills and performance-based assessment. This study is guided by these key questions. How are constructivist learning strategies, particularly hands-on practice applied in teaching computer system servicing or CSS within technical vocational education and training TVET programs? Second, what is the impact of constructivist pedagogy in student engagement, skill acquisition, and academic performance in CSS? Third, what challenges are encountered in implementing constructivist strategies in CSS instruction, particularly in the Philippine context? And lastly, what recommendations can be drawn from existing studies to improve the integration of constructivist strategy in CSS education? Research reveals that constructivist methods like project-based learning, simulations, and inquiry-based tasks foster student-centered, collaborative environments that mirror real-world ICT practices. Hands-on practice in particular builds technical proficiency and problem-solving skills. Moreover, integrating technology such as virtual labs and mobile apps has been crucial, especially during remote learning periods. Students taught through constructivist approach show increased curiosity, engagement, and motivation. Activity that requires inquiry and exploration help them take ownership of their learning, often pushing them to dive into advanced topics like cybersecurity or network protocols. Despite the benefits, there are barriers such as outdated equipment, limited teacher training, and rigid curricula. These factors restrict the full adoption of constructivist methods in many schools, especially in underfunded or rural areas here in the Philippines. The review concludes that constructivist hands-on teaching strategies are significantly more effective than traditional method in CSS education. They improve engagement, comprehension, and critical skills needed in the ICT sector. However, systemic challenges must be addressed, such as outdated facilities, limited teacher training, and inflexible curriculum. To address these barriers, the study calls for systemic reforms including teacher development, infrastructure investment, blended learning models, authentic assessment, and curriculum flexibility to ensure wider implementation. Teachers need ongoing training in problem-based learning, inquiry-based learning, and tech integration. Using the technological pedagogical content knowledge or TPAC framework can help balance content pedagogy and technology effectively. Infrastructure investment, school must be equipped with up-to-date hardware and software. Partnership with the ICT, Department of Information and Communication Technology, TESDA, Technical Education and Skill Development Authority, CHED, Commission on Higher Education, DepEd, and Department of Education, and private companies can help bridge resource gaps. Combining digital tools with classroom teaching through platforms like Moodle and Google Classroom enhance flexibility and access. The Department of Education should give school more autonomy to adapt the CSS curriculum to local context and student needs, allowing schools to adapt CSS curricula to local context, increase relevance and support project-based interdisciplinary learning. CSS assessment should go beyond written exams to include real-world evaluation like digital portfolios and peer reviews. These methods better capture critical thinking, collaboration, and practical skills. Learning management system can support this shift by enabling flexible, technology-supported assessment process. In the dynamic realm of computer system, theory alone cannot solder wires or troubleshoot faulty hardware. The real mastery lies in doing. This systemic review reveals that constructivist strategies, grounded in experiential learning and hands-on engagement, are not just pedagogical trends, but essential pathways to technical competence. By placing learners at the center of active discovery, disassembling CPUs, configuring networks, and resolving real-time issues, educator transform classrooms into innovation labs and student into problem solvers. As technology evolves, so must our teaching methods. Embracing a constructivist hands-on approach ensure that tomorrow's technicians are not only certified, but true skilled, confident, and ready to meet the digital world's demands with both knowledge and a screwdriver in hand. Thank you for your attention. I hope this presentation highlighted the importance of adopting constructivist strategies in computer system servicing education and the necessary steps we need to take to make this innovation accessible and sustainable. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Sir Arkin, for presenting your paper on teaching computer system servicing through hands-on practice, a literature review of constructive strategies. So if we have yeah, we actually have questions, no, for Sir Orkin. Uh, let's entertain a question from Miss Mary Ann Palama. How can hands-on teaching of computer system servicing stay effective and useful as technology keeps changing?
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Mary Ann. So we can stay effective and useful because in computer system servicing, it is the uh, foundation of technology because we can't use AI, we can't use PowerPoint presentation without actually learning how to or how the computer works. That's why, as a teacher or as a instructor, we must continue learning and uh, hone our skills when it comes to teaching computer system servicing. Did I answer the question, Ma'am Mary Ann?
Mhm. I yes, sir. I think you did answer. You did answer the question correctly. So, Missy, do we have another question from our audience? Uh, Sige, kanina lang. Let's pick one from Jaisa, Ma'am Jaisa Superio. What are the examples of constructive strategies used in CCS teaching?
Okay, thank you, Ma'am
CSS,
Jaisa.
sir. Sorry, CSS
Okay, sir.
teaching.
Thank you, Ma'am Jaisa. So, thank you for that question. Examples include as we all know, project-based learning is important and problem-based learning because when it comes to troubleshooting computer, there's always integration of problem-based learning. So activities like network setup projects or cable routing within your university or your school or real-time troubleshooting or uh, in in my teaching of CSS, we also use Cisco Packet Tracer. So basically, Cisco Packet Tracer is a tool uh, or a technician tool that simulate how computer network works. So in constructive strategy, that is what we used in in our university or in other university as well.
All right. We have another question, Sir Orkin, coming from Sir Fernando Bellarmino. What constructivist strategies from the literature have proven effective in helping students develop critical thinking and troubleshooting skills in hardware and software tasks?
Okay, thank you, Sir Fernando. Okay, so constructive strategies from the literature, basically hands-on practice and experiential learning because I believe that learning comes from doing it, not just taking the information and then sending the information. You have to do it by yourself. So that is the constructive strategy from the literature have proven effective in helping students develop critical thinking when it comes also in troubleshooting skills or fixing hardware or software issues.
All right. We have another question coming from Ma'am Maipa. How can constructivist methods be implemented in resource limited schools?
Okay. Wait, wait po.
So let me repeat the question, sir. How can constructivist methods be implemented in resource limited schools?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Sir Russell. Okay, so constructivist methods be implemented in resource limited school. Here in Samar, there's always resource limited because we are a state university. We have to pass papers, etc. So how can we apply? Also, uh, I will go back to the tool because if we are going to practice CSS on hands-on practice, there's a limit or there's a limit resource. So me especially, I am using Packet Tracer so that we simulate the network or how the network works inside the computer. Did I did I answer the question, Ma'am Liza?
Yes, sir. So we still have few more minutes, so let's try to answer most of the questions. Another one by Sir Fernando Bellarmino, again from PUP. Uh, did you did you relate this to exams or certification exams like TESDA or certification or other certification exams?
Okay, thank you, Sir Fernando. In TESDA, exam is just uh, a part of it. This is what there's always what we call assessment. So you have to practice it. There's a panel, and you have to practice it in front of them so that they can give you the certificate or the this is what we call the national certificate or NC2. And also you can apply for a trainer's methodology if you have an national or a national certificate given by the TESDA.
Okay, thank you, Sir Justin. I think the question was satisfied, hopefully. Um, So now, if there are no more questions from the audience, I think there is none. So, Sir Justin, thank you very much for presenting your paper. Let me award you your certificate of recognition in grateful recognition for your valuable contribution as a speaker in our Educational Technology Day. So, your paper presented entitled Teaching Computer Systems Servicing Through Hands-on Practice, a literature review on constructivist strategies. So held via Zoom on May 10, 2025. Organized, of course, by Master of Arts in Education major in Educational Technology, MAEDTech program of the College of Education, Silliman University. Signed by our, in partnership, of course, with the Dr. Mariana Lau Global Studies Center. Signed by our director, Dr. Dave E. Marshall. Thank you again, Sir Justin Arkin.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Sir, by the way, if there are questions still left unanswered, you can answer them via chat.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now let us proceed to our next
Next
presenter.
presenter. So to our next presenter is Mr. Fredly Bukog, a graduate student of MAED Educational Technology in Silliman University. His presentation is titled Microcredentials, Implications for Teaching Practice and Learner Autonomy. This study looks into how microcredentialing empowers learners to personalize their educational journeys and how it redefines the role of teachers in facilitating flexible learning pathways. Mr. Bukog?
Yes, I am
Here you
ready,
go.
Sir Russell. Okay.
Sige, Sir Fred, you
Okay,
may take the floor.
thank you, Ma'am Missy and Sir Russell. So, good day, everyone. Thank you for joining us in this vital conversation on educational transformation. So, today we focus on the growing role of microcredentials in higher education. So, a timely response to the demands of lifelong learning, autonomy, and flexible teaching. So this presentation is grounded on the CHED Memorandum Order or the CMO number 1 series of 2025. This is on guidelines for microcredential development, approval, and recognition in higher education. So in the next 10 to 20 minutes, I will walk you through what are the micro-credentials, their impact on how we teach, how we ensure their quality, and how we can empower learners to take charge of their own educational journey. So let's start with the definition of micro-credentials. So let's begin with a clear understanding. According to the CHED's 2025 guidelines, micro-credentials or MCs are short, focus units of learning that recognize discrete sets of skills and knowledge which is aligned with the industry, academic, and community needs. So they can be stackable micro-credentials, so which can lead to a completion of macro credentials. So in which they could be have a bachelor, master, doctoral levels. This is based on existing curricular policies of CHED. And it can also provide non-stackable micro-credentials for lifelong learners seeking new knowledge, skills, and competency, particularly aimed at personal and professional development. So they are typically offered by exclusively or collaboratively created by CHED, recognized public or private higher education institutions, and industry partners. And these credentials can be delivered or offered by HAIs themselves, industry partners, non-HEI organizations that are officially recognized, or internationally recognized microcredential providers. So these microcredentials must align with the PQF or the Philippine Qualification Standard or Framework levels 5 to 8. So which generally correspond to a higher education and advanced professional qualifications. So these are some key characteristics of micro-credentials based on what I have reviewed from the CMO of CHED. So first, the first characteristic is what we call the outcomes base. So in here, micro-credentials are designed around what learners should be able to do at the end of the course. So here, number 2, we have the industry relevant. So in this case, a micro-credential must meet a real-world skill demands, especially from employers and industry sectors. And then here we have the third, we have the alignment with the PQF. Every micro-credential must match specific PQF levels 5 to 8, ensuring that the depth and the complexity of skills aligned with the national educational standards. So for example, a level 6 is a bachelor's micro-credential. For example, we have the instructional design, which may inquire. So example, the micro-credential is about instructional design. So our PQF for that one, they should design full course syllabi or applying assessment frameworks. But whereas a level 8 or doctoral level course might require critiquing instructional models and proposing original design innovations. So those are somewhat particularly the learning outcomes. So they have different learning outcomes based on the PQF. Next, we have flexibility in delivery. So here, micro-credentials support multiple learning modalities. It could be online, modular, blended, or residential or face-to-face, making them accessible to diverse learners. So for example, you are offering digital marketing fundamentals. So this could be delivered entirely online through a specific LMS. So example of that, we have supplemented live weekend webinars for consultation about that particular micro-credentials. And this allow working professionals to complete it on their own schedule. So those are somewhat flexible in delivery. So we have this one, creditable. So per CHED CMO on micro-credentials, the following are maximum limits to credit or earn micro-credentials units. So in this part, what we called or what form of this micro-credential, so this is called the 4 credit micro-credentials. So higher education institutions can develop or design or embed micro-credentials with 1 to 30 units, credit units. So as you take a look at the programs, we have the bachelor's and then the expected number of micro-credential units or credited units. And then we have the master's degree. So we have 9 units. And then the doctoral program, we have 7 units. So micro-credentials, which are components of CHED-recognized academic programs, must be properly recorded, assessed, and graded, and the learners must comply with the full requirements of the course. So here, in a 4 credit micro-credential, this could have been in place what we call the curriculum embedded micro-credentials. So when we say about that micro-credentials, a type of micro-credentials in 4 credit micro-credentials, these are micro-credentials that certify knowledge, skills, and competencies are embedded in a 4 credit course. So these are integrated into the curriculum and aim at enrolled students. So those are specific creditable units for that particular certain programs. So now let's go to the implication for teaching practice of micro-credentials. So how do micro-credential reshape teaching? So first, we have what we call the curriculum innovation. So it means that we need to have a redesign of our curriculum. So teachers must develop shorter, skills-focused modules instead of full semester courses. So for example, instead of teaching a semester-long course in a specific course like business communication, educators can create a micro-credential of it. So example, they will have a specific topic like writing effective business emails. So covering targeted skills in just a few weeks, like in 3 weeks. So in that case, we need to redesign the curriculum. Next, we have partnership with industry. So it increased collaboration with industry. So educators are now co-create content with the industry partners to ensure that the learning outcomes are directly aligned with the current workforce demands. So example, a nursing department or college of nursing working with a hospital to create a micro-credential in telehealth nursing protocols. So that is one example of emphasizing increased collaboration with industry. Next, we have the focus on outcomes and competency. So micro-credentials require clearly defined, measurable outcomes. So teaching must focus on what learners can actually perform or demonstrate after the course. So for example, a course on data privacy compliance would focus on the practical outcomes like writing a data breach response policy, not just explaining the legal frameworks of it. Next, we have the flexible pedagogies. So it means that this is the adoption of new pedagogies. So educators need to utilize personalized, self-paced, and technology-enhanced methods. So this means that using a specific learning management system or LMS with video lectures, discussion boards, and quizzes that learners can complete at their own pace. And lastly, for the implications for teaching practice, we have the assessment innovation. So in this case, this is particularly performance-based assessment. So instead of traditional exams, teachers now emphasizes more on demonstration of skills, often with authentic tasks. So example, in micro-credential on digital storytelling, the assessment might be a complete 3-minute digital story submitted by the learner and evaluated against a specific assessment rubric. So in essence, micro-credentials demand a teaching model that is more agile, industry-aligned, and learner-centric. So now let's proceed with the ensuring the quality and alignment of the micro-credentials. So CHED emphasizes the micro-credentials should not sacrifice the quality. So despite their short format, here are some quality to assure this one. So we have here only CHED recognized HEIs with compliant programs can offer 4-credit micro-credentials. Industry-based courses must be co-developed with HEIs and approved through formal processes. And here we have the learning design standards of the micro-credentials. So courses must clearly define learning outcomes, show content alignment. Here specify the number of the learning hours and include the robust assessment systems. And then here we have the internal and external quality assurance of micro-credential. Institution must establish a QA or quality assurance mechanisms that are transparent, evidence-based, and inclusive for learner feedback. So CHED's Office of Programs and Standards Development, or what we call OPSD, and then the Technical Panel on Lifelong Learning, or we have the TPLL, monitor the compliance and support development through the grants and technical assistance. So here, we have the last for the ensuring the quality and alignment for micro-credentials, recognition, and credit transfer. So courses must be PQF aligned. Again, this is from PQF 5 to 8. Properly documented and assessed based from the given template for the learner design of the micro-credential. And then integrate into the institutional systems with a clear credit equivalence based as what I have shown you earlier, based on the programs and then the expected number of micro-credential credit units. So this ensures the portability and stackability, making micro-credentials both credible and transferable across programs and institutions. So now let's proceed to the last part, which is empowering learner autonomy. So here, personalized learning. So in personalized learning, it will select micro-credentials that match their personal goals or career aspiration or skill gaps. So here, the learner are free to choose whether they will enroll in a specific stackable or non-stackable micro-credentials. So they can control on their own educational journey. Next, we have what we call the increased flexibility. So here, increased flexibility means learners can engage with content on terms. It could be viewed online, offline, hybrid, or modular. So these are a sort of an example of that is a full-time employee completes a micro-credential asynchronously during weekends via mobile learning or LMS. Next, we have the recognition of prior learning. So in this part, micro-credential systems allows learners to get credit for knowledge and skills they already possess. So they can have a digital badges for that or certifications for that particular skill obtained. And then here we have the last part for the empowering learner autonomy. We have here a career and academic mobility. So micro-credentials map to clear career pathways. So making learners more competitive in the job market. It also boosts academic mobility, transferring credit across institutions or upgrading to formal degrees. So in short, learners become the architects of their education, supported by the system that validate learning in all forms. So here to conclude, micro-credentials are not just short courses, they are transformative tools that reshape teaching, empower learners, and create bridges between education and the world of work. So let's embrace this model to make education more inclusive, dynamic, and future-proof. So here, I will show to you the references of this particular presentation. Of course, this we have the CMO. This is the new currently released, the CMO number 1 series of 2025. As I said earlier, that shed about micro credentials. So I guess that's it. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you very much, Sir Fredley, for your presentation on micro-credentials, implications for teaching practices, and learner autonomy. So if you have questions, please feel free to post them on the chat box, and Sir Fredley will be answering them later, and he might be just replying to your chats later on, as if we still have time, no? So let's pick one from our participants. Let's give chance to those to others who are not have asked the questions yet. So I have here one, Sir Fred, in particular, from Miss Juna Lu Tangeres. In your opinion, Sir Fred, do you think learners and teachers are ready with micro credentials?
So
Ready with.
about the okay, thank you, Sir Ras. Thank you, Junalu. So about this particular question, we can see two lenses of these particular questions. We have the challenges and opportunities for micro-credential. So for the challenges, so we need to see to it that we should have faculty and student readiness when it comes to the knowledge of about micro-credentialing on how to implement it. And then the assessment complexity about micro-credentials, and then the need for robust digital infrastructure. So, and I guess all of the HEIs agree to that. So, about the digital infrastructure. And then we have the opportunities for this one. So we have a better learner engagement of micro-credential, and then we have a responsive curriculum of it, and then it increased employability and enhance institutional relevance in the industry sector. So in that case, I consider it as based on our institution, Silliman University, we are starting applying for micro credentials, and we are still in draft mode about creating micro credentials courses. So
Okay.
I
Thank you very much, Sir Fred, for that answer. So, no, in the interest of time, we still have actually some more questions in the in the chat box of the Zoom, no. So, Sir Fred, can you just kindly reply to them, uh, particularly those by Sir Fernando? Um, of
okay,
course,
sir.
no. In the interest of time, we still have few more presenters to come, and we we need to push through. So, Missy, can you introduce our next speaker? I, yeah, sir. I'm sorry for that, Sir Fred. Uh, of course, they presenting the certificate of recognition to Sir Fredly P. Bukug for his paper presentation on micro credentials, implications for teaching practices, and learner autonomy. So, signed by our director, Dr. Dave E. Marshall. And our next presenter, Missy, please
All right,
introduce.
thank you, Sir Russ. Now we have Miss Alfie Arcelo, PhD in Education candidate at Silliman University. She will present effectiveness of the free computer education program for senior citizens. This study evaluates a community-based digital literacy program focusing on its outcomes and impact among older adult learners using andragogical frameworks. Miss Arcelo?
Thank you, Missy. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me share my screen first. By the way, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So once again, mayong hapon, good afternoon, everyone. And I am Alfie Kinamot Arcelo. I am actually a teacher of Mind EdTech. At the same time, also, I am a PhD student in education, and I'm majoring in research and evaluation. And what I will be presenting is quite unique because it is not about any of your learners today. This study talks about older adult learners, and I'll be sharing with you the results of the research titled Effectiveness of Free Computer Education Program for Senior Citizens. So this study revisits actually evaluation data from 2019, and that's pre-pandemic, to help us develop an improved post-pandemic evaluation system. So this study is actually just 1/3 of it, because we have to create a post-pandemic evaluation at the same time implement it. So the program is launched by Silliman University and is hosted by the Dr. Mariano C. Lau Global Study Center. So let me just elaborate further as we go through the slides. And let me start with at least a background of the program. When we talk of digital literacy, it is really essential nowadays, especially for us. But many of our senior citizens, they remain excluded or are left behind, especially because they have not experienced digital technology, especially in their prime. And but many are willing to learn, no? And in response, Silliman University launched the Free Computer Education Program in 2019. It was held at the Mariano and Lina Lau Activity Center, and it offered basic digital skills training such as turning the PC on and off, managing the desktop, and even gaming, which practices their skills in mouse manipulation. Uh, Despite anecdotal success, it's actually something that has been talked about because of its uniqueness. One of and it becomes one of GS's pride. There has been no structured evaluation of the program, especially given the shift um, in digital learning needs after COVID-19 and how learning has changed after the pandemic. So let's move forward so you could have a clearer picture of how the findings connect with the theory, the methods, and of course, the post-pandemic context. Okay, so given the changes in learning needs, delivery contexts, and even the say growing importance of digital literacy among our older adult learners, there is a need to revisit and analyze the 2019 evaluation data. In doing so, it will provide evidence-based insights into the program's effectiveness, no? And guide the development of a more robust and responsive evaluation. So on screen, you can see our problem statements for the study. And it's more on really getting the level of effectiveness of the program and getting also the significant relationships between levels of effectiveness and the age of participants and as well as sex of participants. Also, we would like to get the significant difference in the level of effectiveness across the 3 batches because we're using 3 batches here. Okay, so where do we anchor? Where do we anchor the study, and where did we anchor also our evaluation? So let me give you a glimpse of the theoretical framework. So this study is grounded on 3 theoretical perspectives, and they are from Kirkpatrick's 4-level training evaluation model. We also have Knowles' theory of andragogy and geriatric learning theory. By the way, when you say andragogy, it's the opposite of what most educators are known or know of pedagogy. So it's actually for older adult learners, for self-directed learning for them as well. And when we talk of the Kirkpatrick's model, it offers a structured framework to evaluate training effectiveness. This is the model that actually gives or emphasizes the training effectiveness based on learners' reaction, learning, behavior, and results. While that of Knowles andragogy, it emphasizes adult learners' self-direction, experience-based learning, and motivation, which guided the design of evaluation items related to relevance and interaction. Then we have the last, which is geriatric learning theory. It addresses age-related learning needs such as, slower pacing, clarity, and of course social support that they could really do it, especially with how they are already of age and they would really want them to be motivated to do it, so which were also incorporated into the training and assessment. So together, the interplay of these theories formed a comprehensive basis for both the evaluation tool and the interpretation of findings, of course, in the study. Speaking of our conceptual framework, this study actually maps out the evaluation of the free computer education program for senior citizens, and it comprises the demographic profile input of senior citizens in terms of age, sex, training batch, and of course, the learning design factors that are integrated in the theoretical principles or the theoretical framework I have shown earlier. So the process represents dimensions extracted from the Kirkpatrick model, namely reaction, learning behavior, and results. Also includes the process factors such as outcomes or results, relevance, reflection, interaction, and satisfaction. Lastly, it includes the training, delivery, and experience of the older adult learners. It's measured in terms of learner feedback, especially on facilitators' topic mastery and clarity, teaching strategies, pacing. I have to emphasize pacing, organization, which are aspects evident in the geriatric theory. So the study's output denotes the perceived level of effectiveness of the program and the identification of relationships between levels of effectiveness and demographic variables, as well as differences in the level of effectiveness across the three batches. Ultimately, the findings will be utilized in the creation of recommendations for a more comprehensive post-pandemic ready evaluation system. So let's go to the nitty-gritty of the methodology. So data was analyzed using both descriptive and inferential statistics. And for descriptive statistics, we have the usual frequencies, percentages, standard deviations, and means. And they were utilized to round up the participants' demographic profiles as well as their overall level of effectiveness. We have also utilized chi-square test of association as well to compute sex and level of effectiveness variables, as well as Spearman's law in computing for age and level of effectiveness, in exploring again possible relationships between participant characteristics. Also, we employed Kruskal-Wallis H-test in determining whether significant differences exist between the level of effectiveness across the three batches. And this test is selected because the data collected is using a Likert scale, which provides a more appropriate approach in assessing group differences in training effectiveness under such conditions. Okay, so for our results and discussion, let me start with the first table, which is the demographic profile of the 43 respondents in terms of sex and age, categorized according to the respective groups A, B, and C. And the demographic profile suggests that the participants were predominantly female and mostly in their late 60s. The balanced distribution of age across the three groups supports fair comparisons in subsequent analysis, such as examining perceptions of effectiveness or engagement across or sex groups. Then we have table 2, which presents the respondents' evaluation of the training program in terms of reaction, learning behavior, and result across groups. And the results are based on a 4-point Likert scale, which computed mean scores and corresponding descriptive levels. For the overall finding, for all 16 indicators, there's a mean rating of 3.42. and with a standard deviation of 0.73, no, that interprets as very effective. It's also noted that group B recorded the highest average at 366, and that suggests actually that Group B response had slightly more favorable perceptions of the training. And the evaluation results suggest that the training was highly effective in terms of participant satisfaction, organization, and perceived learning outcomes. However, there is room for improvement in the area of actual skill confidence and behavioral intention um, to apply the tools learned, especially for Group C, if you can notice that one for in the description, which consistently showed slightly lower mean ratings. Let's proceed to table 3. Table 3 is quite a very long table, so I just had to summarize it with the the variables really needed for it. So the total mean score is 3.25 with a standard deviation of 0.77. It's actually interpreted as effective. And among the three groups, Group B again yielded the highest average score. And this indicates that although the training was positively received as a whole, some areas, particularly outcomes and expectations, reflection and interaction, had relatively lower scores. So while the module was effective, generally effective, and even very effective in terms of relevance and satisfaction, areas such as reflection and interaction emerged as opportunities for improvement. The strengthening of these components would mean through guided reflection activities um, and structured peer evaluation would mean enhancement of the overall effectiveness of future training sessions. Then we go to table 4. For table 4, it summarizes the respondents' evaluation of how the teachers are effective in terms of subject mastery and the use of teaching techniques. And the total mean score across domains is 3.56. And again, Group B has the highest overall rating. So how do we interpret this summary? So results reflect still a high level of effectiveness in how the teacher facilitated the training, particularly in mastering content and delivering lessons in an organized, coherent, and engaging manner. So this strengthens the credibility and impact of the training and supports learner confidence in the facilitator's expertise. So we proceed with table 5. Table 5 now presents the results of chi-square tests, examining whether there are statistical significant relationships between sex and their perceived levels of effectiveness. And as you can see, no variables are actually significant when it comes to relationship. So let me just try to give you an idea of why it's insignificant. The results suggest that male and female respondents evaluated the training similarly in all categories, and their perceptions of effectiveness were consistent regardless of whether they're male or female. And it could actually be a good thing because it could imply that the training, design, delivery, and relevance were inclusive, no? It actually caters to both male and female senior citizens and equally accessible to both sexes. There was no gender bias. So again, even though if it was non-significant, there's something we could get out of this, that there was no gender bias or differing experience of the training based on their gender or their sex. And we have to take note that the relatively small number of male respondents, that's 7 out of the 43, may have limited the statistical power, especially in detecting differences, even if they existed. And yeah, so that's it for table 5. Let's proceed to table 6. Okay, so for table 6, it also shows it shows the results of Spearman-Rowe rank order correlation used to examine the relationship between the age of respondents and their levels of training effectiveness. So again, as you can see, there are no significant relationships for this one. The Spearman-Rowe values ranged from the negative 0.189 to positive 0.09. It actually indicates very weak relationships for both negative and positive. So between age and the perceived effectiveness in each area. So the adage, actually the adage applies here. No, age doesn't matter. For this one, their age didn't matter in actually giving that relationship. So to further explain its insignificance, high similarity in training experience across age groups might it led to the homogeneous responses, which reduces the variability needed to detect a correlation, and the training design might have been inclusive, accessible, and age appropriate, which actually minimizes the differences in how age groups perceive effectiveness. So whether the participant was just to turn 60 or maybe 80, no, it was actually the same for them, the same experience for them. And again, have to go back to the sample size that's a bit low, 43, 43, and make it could really limit statistical power to detect subtle relationships between age and effectiveness. So I think I'm down to my last table. So my last table is actually the results of the Kruskal-Wallis H test, and it is to determine whether there are statistically significant differences in the levels of effectiveness. No, so this is among the 3 batches, and given the presence of tied values in Likert scale responses, I mean, I have been using median here. The H and P values reported were adjusted for ties, meaning there are the same values of levels of levels of effectiveness. Which is actually correct statistically given the case that we have experienced here. So the results of the Kruskal-Wallis test revealed statistically significant differences in among the 3 batches in 2 key areas. One is okay, so I'm almost nearing the time, so I will just go directly to what this means. This means that the batches did not uniformly perceive the effectiveness of the training, and some groups found the program more beneficial or impactful than the others. In contrast, if you could actually go back, or if you could remember how I emphasized that Group B has been the leading group when it comes to giving their ratings. So it actually can be seen in here, such that for all these dimensions, the p-values are greater than the 0.05 for the rest, other than the 2 key values here. So these findings imply that while the overall design and delivery of the training were largely consistent, no, specific aspects, particularly how participants engaged with the training and their perception of its overall value, they varied by batch and may warrant closer review. So as I also have to go back and review for the results. Okay, so I'm down to my last 2 slides. For conclusion, the evaluation results indicate that the training was generally effective, with most areas rated as very effective by the respondents. And key strengths include teacher mastery and training organization. The highest ratings were consistently observed in areas related to venue appropriateness, teacher preparedness, and content delivery. While no significant relationships were found in levels of effectiveness, significant differences were observed across batches. So that is how the conclusion goes. And recommendations. So we have 5 recommendations. And let me just point out one thing that for recommendations, we could actually increase also the variables for demographics. Like, for example, we could add if they were employed before attending the training, have they been retired for several years or just recently? So this could be indicators how professional background affects motivation and digital readiness. No? And in future evaluations, we should analyze effectiveness not only by batch, sex, and age, but also by employment background. And we have to also consider longitudinal follow-up to assess long-term impact. Consider follow-up surveys or interviews maybe after they are done with their 3-month training with us. So that's it for me. These are the references I've used. And thanks everyone for listening. And
Okay. Sige, thank you very much, Ma'am Alfie, for presenting your paper on effectiveness of free computer education program for senior citizens. Ma'am Alfie, there are actually more questions. Let's, in the interest of time, can we have just one question from Miss Matet Salcedo? How can the free computer education program be uh, improved to keep senior citizens excited, interested, and learn continuously? Perhaps a short answer, Ma'am Alfie?
yes, so to keep them excited, no, the training should focus on relevant real life applications, especially for senior citizens, especially like connecting with family members or maybe accessing government services online, no, or managing digital finances like online banking for um, senior citizens. And also, I would suggest to revive, because we had this in 2019, intergenerational mentoring. I remember my students from senior high school trying to mentor the senior citizens, and that was a very successful thing that really became also successful for our senior citizens. And adding to that, we could actually give more interactive elements, no? Aside from gaming, we could have like digital storytelling and visible recognition of progress. Just like our young learners, they would want to get certificates or maybe digital badges. So I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, I guess the question was answered, Ma'am Alfie. There are other questions in the chat box, Ma'am Alf.
Okay.
You may want to reply to them. And in the interest of time, can we have the certificate of Ma'am Alfie presented? So again, the certificate of recognition is given to Ma'am Alfie Q. Arcelo for her presentation titled Effectiveness of the Free Computer Education Program for Senior Citizens. Thank you very much, Ma'am Alfie. And let's now proceed to our next presenter.
All right, to our next presenter is Mr. Jade Montemayor, a graduate student in the Master in Information Systems program. He will discuss analyzing the relationship between quiz settings and student test scores in online courses. This research investigates how LMS quiz configurations, such as timing, attempts, and feedback, affect student performance in digital learning environments. Mr. Montemayor?
Let me share my screen. Okay, so I hope my screen is visible. By the way, before I start, let me congratulate everyone for being part of this historic, like this is the first time that Silliman University has conducted an educational technology day. So congrats to all of us, particularly all the speakers. Right, so this, by the way, I'm Jade Montemayor. I'm a faculty here at Silliman University, and I will be presenting this paper analyzing the relationship between quiz settings and student test scores in online learning. So this paper is co-authored by Dr. Dave Marshall. Okay. Okay. Let me just check this one. Okay. So as UNESCO emphasizes, digital technology has become a social necessity to ensure education as a basic human right, and especially in a world experiencing more frequent crises and conflicts. This global recognition highlights the critical role of online learning environments in maintaining access to quality education, right? So, however, the effectiveness of these platforms doesn't rely solely on their existence, but also on how they're used. So, like, for example, quiz settings such as time limits, questions order, or feedback options, this can influence how students perform and engage in these digital learning spaces. Now, this study, analyzing the relationship between quiz settings and student test scores in online learning, explores how specific design choices in online assessments may impact student outcomes, contributing to the broader goal of optimizing digital education for all. So the growing reliance on digital education isn't just a response to a crisis. It is also a rapidly expanding global industry. So according to onestat.com, the higher education segment holds the largest share of online education market, projected to grow between 80 billion to 200 billion US dollars by this year. So these figures reflect a major shift in how education is delivered and accessed. So but as this market grows, so does the responsibility to ensure that learning tools like online quizzes are designed in a way that supports student success. So that's where this research comes in. By analyzing how quiz settings affect student performance, we aim to contribute to a more effective and equitable online learning experience. So, according to Cohen and Sasson, the investigation into the students' attitude towards online quizzes reveals a generally positive attitude. So, there is a positive acceptance from the student when it comes to online quizzes. Another research paper, a study by Mayo and Marty, suggests that a positive perception of online quizzes positively affected student examination scores. So there's a correlation between positive perception and the positive effects on the examination score. Another research paper by Bognat et al. Found out that online quizzes positively impact students' performance, particularly when students engage frequently and consistently. So, literature says, research says that there's actually a correlation between online quizzes and the positive performance of a student in an online course. So, for this research, we are not dealing about the results of online quizzes and the performance of the students. What we will be taking in this particular research paper is how the quizzes are set up and how those how those settings affect the student's performance. So here are the objectives. First is we have to identify the different quiz settings used in an LMS-based assessment, and then to analyze the average performance of students in quizzes under varying quiz configurations or settings, to determine if there is a significant differences in the quiz score in terms of, for instance, grade to pass, minutes allotted per question, number of attempts, grading methods, and shuffle items. And lastly, to ascertain whether or not there is a relationship between this actual quiz configuration or quiz settings and the student performance. Okay, so for the methodology, the study utilizes a quantitative correlational research design to examine the relationship again between quiz settings and student performance. The primary aim was to determine whether or not certain quiz configurations, such as time limits, number of attempts, item shuffling, grading methods, significantly influence the average scores of students in an LMS-based quizzes, right? So data for this study were obtained from Our Soul, a Moodle-based learning management system, or LMS. So the data set consisted of 56 quiz records from 34 virtual classrooms with an average of around 89 participants for each quiz. Now, each quiz containing detailed information including course title, quiz settings, maximum score, number of quiz item, time limit, number of allowed attempts, grading method, whether items were shuffled or not, number of unique quiz takers, and both the real and percentage-based average scores of students. So in terms of the variables, the independent variables in the study were there are five: grade to pass, minutes per questions, number of attempts, grading method, and shuffled items. The dependent variable was student performance, measured by the average score in both real and percentage form. So descriptive statistics were used to provide an overview. Later, you will see that of the quiz settings and performance results. To explore the relationships and differences between quiz settings and the performance, we will be using inferential statistical techniques, one-way ANOVA, and multiple regressions were applied. Categorical variables were appropriately coded to allow for statistical analysis, right? So the data were processed and analyzed using Microsoft Excel, and if necessary, supplemented with statistical software for more advanced analysis. In terms of limitation, naman, this study is limited to data gathered from the LMS-based assessment and does not consider other potential factors that may affect student performance, such as individual study habits, instructional quality, or prior academic background. As such, the results and conclusions are specific to the context of our SOL's LMS environment and may not be generalizable to forms of assessments or to all forms of assessments or learning platforms. Okay, so we will now talk about the results and discussions. Okay, so the descriptive table illustrates the average student performance for each quiz setting, accompanied by the standard deviation and the number of quizzes that used each configuration. So we will now go to the first variable, grade to pass. For the grade to pass setting, quizzes that included a declared grade to pass. So by the way, we just divided it into two categorical groups, quizzes with grade to pass and quizzes without grade to pass, right? For the grade to pass settings, quizzes that included a declared grade, a declared passing grade resulted in higher student performance compared to those without a declared grade to pass. So suggesting that clear performance targets may positively influence outcomes. If you will look at the box plot for this particular variable, you will see the difference. These are the scores of the students with for quizzes with declared grade to pass, and as you can see, the mean is way higher than the mean of quizzes without a declared grade to pass. Now, for the second variable, we have minutes per question or minutes allotted per questions, right? Performance slightly improved as more time was allowed per question, which average scores rising from 0.842 or 80%, around 80%, it rises to 94%, though the longest time category had a limited data of only 4. You can see here. So if you'll notice, the longer a minute or an item is allowed to be answered, the higher the score is. So if you can see that here in this particular visualization, you can see this is the result of the visualization of that particular variable. The others has a higher mean, though it has, again, as what I've said, it has limited data only. And if you can see, the highest score has a more mean compared to the average score. The third variable is the number of attempts. In terms of number of attempts, sorry for that. Let me just go back. So in terms of number of attempts, average performance increased as more attempts were permitted, right? So if you'll notice here, the highest one is unlimited attempts with 0.862 mean. So indicating that a trend that additional opportunities may aid mastery. You can actually see it from their score. The more attempts, the higher the mean is. So these are the scores of the students for quizzes with unlimited attempts. And if you'll notice the mean, it has a significantly higher mean compared to highest or average, or 1 to 5 attempts or 6 to 10 attempts. Now let's proceed to grading method. So for grading method, the highest performance was observed with other methods. So we have three categorical variables for grading method. We have highest score, average score, and others. Now for this one, the highest performance was observed with other methods with a mean of 0.902 and highest score grading with a mean of 0.877. So while quizzes graded by average score had the lowest mean. So we can see that in this box plot. this one. So this is the average score. It has the lowest mean, and quizzes with the highest score recorded for that particular quiz has the highest mean. Okay, and lastly, for shuffled items, on the setting for shuffled items, quizzes without item shuffling had slightly better average scores than those with shuffling enabled. Although this may require more data to confirm any meaningful difference, but if you'll notice for this particular data set, those quizzes with shuffled item has a lower mean compared to quizzes without shuffled items, which is this one. So that's for our descriptive analysis. We will now proceed with the test of relationships and differences of student performance and quiz settings. Okay, so here we are using one-way ANOVA. No? The one-way ANOVA results revealed that among the various quiz settings analyzed, we have 5, right? Grade to pass and grading method had a statistically significant effect on student performance. If you'll notice here with the p-value of 0.0000. So specifically, the grade to pass setting yielded an f-value of 22.47 or a p-value of 0.000, indicating that a highly significant difference in average scores between quizzes with and without a declared passing grade, right? So similarly, the grading method variable produced an f-value of 12.55 with a p-value of 0.00. So confirming that the way quizzes are graded, such for example, is it graded by highest grade? Is this graded by average score? It meaningfully influences student outcome. So on the other hand, other variables like minutes per questions, number of attempts, shuffled items did not reach statistical significance at the 0.05 level. So while the results, shuffled items and minutes per questions approach almost significance, if you notice the p-value, they do not provide conclusive evidence of their independent impact on student scores. So these findings highlight the importance of clearly defining performance expectations for the grade to pass and selecting grading methods that support student success, which is the grading method. And then, sorry, is it time? Okay, so okay, this is just I think there I have 2 more slides. So for the relationship, the multiple regression analysis demonstrate the combined quiz settings significantly predict student performance with an overall model yielding an f-value of 5.371 and a p-value less than 0.001, indicating that for this particular model, it is statistical. It has a statistical significance, right? So the model explains approximately 47.8% of the variance in average score, suggesting that a moderately strong fit. So among the predictors, there's only grade to pass or only grade to pass variable was statistically significant with p-value of 0.003. Specifically, quizzes that did not declare a grade to pass were associated with a decrease of approximately 8.7% percentage points in average score compared to those that did controlling for other settings. So this actually supports the result of our one-way ANOVA, right? Earlier findings that setting clear performance criteria, in this case grade to pass, is beneficial for students. Sorry. Let me go back. On the other hands, including other variables in terms of this multiple regression is not significant. So or not significant. So let me proceed with the conclusion. As I was told, I have only 2 more minutes. So the result of both one-way ANOVA and multiple regression analysis consistently identified the presence of a declared grade to pass as the most significant predictor of student performance. So additionally, the grading method demonstrated a meaningful though marginal effect. So quizzes that calculated scores based on highest attempt tended to result in higher performance compared to those using the average of all attempts. So the study underscores the importance of intentionally designing online assessment. In particular, instructors are encouraged to define clear performance goals and consider using grading strategies that reinforce progress and mastery. For the recommendations, we have to institutionalize. We know that it impacts student performance, so we have to institutionalize the use of declared passing grades in online quizzes. So the presence of a defined grade to pass threshold was found to significantly enhance student performance. It is therefore recommended that instructors consistently integrate this setting into online assessments to set clear expectation and motivate learners toward goal-oriented achievements. So the rest, adopt grading methods that encourage mastery. We have to exercise pedagogical judgment in the use of time limits, attempts, and item shuffling. And then lastly, pursue further research on learner assessment interactions. So that's it. These are my references, and
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you very much, Sir Jade Montemayor, for your presentation on the how's that utilization, analyzing the relationship between quiz settings and student test scores on online courses. So, sir, we are actually very limited in time, but can you answer this one question from Miss Matet Salcedo to give another chance to other? Could you please elaborate on the process you used to extract the data, sir?
Okay, so the data was actually extracted from an LMS. So we use this LMS as a community-based LMS. We use this for our external projects, right? So the data was taken from there. Those projects, they are anchored into different modules, and each module has one or two or three knowledge checks. The knowledge checks, those are quizzes inside those modules. We extracted those data and then anonymized the data and used the data as our data set for this particular research paper.
Okay, we got it, sir. Thank you very much, Sir Jade Montemayor. Yes, I think, sir, there are other questions on the chat box. Please feel free to answer them as we move along to of course, the certificate of recognition is given to Sir Jade Montemayor for his paper in analyzing the relationship between quiz settings and student test scores in online courses. Thank you very much, Sir Jade. There are questions posted now, but we lack time. Please answer them via chat. And now we are going to proceed with our last presenter for this afternoon.
Yes.
Missy, please.
All right, to conclude our research presentations, we welcome Mr. Johnson Palama, a PhD in education here in Silliman University. His paper, Utilization of Educational Tools Among Senior High School Students of Silliman University, sheds light on patterns of tool usage and their influence on student learning behaviors and engagement. Mr. Palama?
All right, thank you so much, Ma'am Missy and Sir Russell. By the way, good afternoon. I am John Sinth Palama, a student taking Doctor of Philosophy, major in Research and Evaluation at Silliman University. And I'm very excited to share to you my study. And of course, students and educators, many of us have experienced how technology has transformed the way we learn and teach. That is why my study on the utilization of educational technology tools among senior high school students of Silliman University may be something you can all relate to since others are enrolled to educational technology as their major. And it really looks into how these tools are being used and how they influence students into their learning experiences. According to UNESCO, major advancement in digital technology are rapidly transforming education worldwide. This shift has led to a change in teaching approaches, moving from traditional teacher centered methods to more learner centered environments. And this is supported by Rumble in the year 2006. However, Despite the availability of numerous educational technology tools, many educators still struggle on how to properly integrate these tools into their teaching, where students having hard time to align the use of the platforms based on the class instruction. This challenge raises the need to investigate how effectively these tools are being used and to what barriers may exist in terms of implementation. And the follow-up question is, are students satisfied with the use of educational technology tools integrated into teaching and learning in the classroom? Despite the growing presence of educational technology tools in modern classroom, there is limited research specifically exploring how students at a senior high school, especially in Silliman University, are engaging with these tools over time. Thus, the study aims to determine the demographic profile of the Silliman University senior high school students in terms of age and sex. And the study also seeks to assess the level of educational technology tools in terms of usability among senior high school students before and during school year 2024 to 2025. Additionally, the study intends to examine whether there is significant difference in the usage of the specific categories of educational technology tools. These categories are identified such as MySol, Silliman University's learning management system, Zoom and Google Meet, Canva, Kahoot or Google Forms, research and or writing tools, AI tools or generative AI tools, Google Documents and Google Slides, Turnitin, and gamified learning platforms between um, the time period. Furthermore, the research aims to evaluate the level of students' participation in upskilling and training programs designed to enhance technology utilization during the school year 2024 and 2025 in this academic year. There were literatures gathered and others actually saying educational technology is changing the learning style of our students. According to United States Department of Education in the year 2009, EdTech has enhanced students' learning achievements and motivation. Thus, there is another study that being identified similarly on the study of Balance Cut in the year 2006, found out that educational technology has a strong motivational and positive effects on students' learning behavior, communication, and the process skills. Thus, educational technology tools like PowerPoint presentation, video presentations, e-learning methods, and online training are increasingly utilized in the teaching and learning process. So if it's increasingly utilized, this has been being used whole throughout the school year from the study is being identified, making classroom instructions really more interactive, according to Parvin and Ramson in the year 2024. On the other hand, one of the most popular platforms currently being widely used by online learning in schools and university is the learning management system. The learning management system serves as a comprehensive platform that facilitates educational engagement between educators and learners in the context of remote instruction, where all educational platforms are embedded or edtech tools platforms are embedded to specific learning management system for our students to access these such tools. For the theoretical framework or the theoretical underpinning of the study actually integrates the technological pedagogical content knowledge or TPAC framework, and also the technology acceptance model or TAM, specifically anchored on perceived ease of use and behavioral intention to use these platforms to also examine the utilization of edtech tools among senior high school students. For the background of TPAC, TPAC emphasizes the importance of aligning technological tools with both pedagogical strategies and content knowledge, which informs the study's focus on the categories of edtech tools like MySoul, Zoom, Canva, and even AI platforms. Meanwhile, the use of the technology acceptance model, or TAM, explains how students' perception, specifically the tool's perceived usefulness and ease of use, that could probably be influence their attitude and behavioral intentions towards adopting such technology. By combining both frameworks, this study is grounded in a model that explains not only how educational tools are selected and integrated in the classroom, but also how students respond to these platforms. This theoretical underpinning supports the study's investigation into the usability in terms of differences on before and during the school year 2024-2025, participation in upskilling programs, and even the influence of demographics like age and sex. Now, the TPAC and TAM model provides really a holistic framework that connects to teacher driven pedagogy with student behavior, capturing the interplay of the classroom context and the students' adoption to explain the significant differences in the usability of tools and even on the demographic variations in Silliman University's blended learning ecosystem. For the research methodology, this study used a descriptive comparative design to explore how grade 11 students from Silliman University Senior High School used different educational technology tools before and during the school year 2024-2025. The participants were 40 students currently taking Empowerment Technology subject, or MTech subjects. These are they are selected students because they have had this experience using educational technology tools being integrated in the classroom, specifically in my class, both time periods of the school year. A self-made questionnaire was used to gather data, and it was actually validated by experts to ensure clarity and relevance. Thus, the questionnaire showed a strong reliability with the Cronbach Alpha score of 0.93. Thus, the survey was also administered through Google Forms for easy access and response collection. In terms of sampling and analysis, the study used purposive sampling to select respondents based on the specific criteria, and a total enumeration, meaning all 40 qualified students were included. And to analyze the data, I used descriptive statistics to analyze the data. The study used mean, standard deviation, and I also made use of paired t-tests to compare two groups on the students' use of educational technology tools before and during the academic year. And to answer my research question number 1 on students' demographic profile, 40 participants are mostly 17 years old, making up to 50% of the group, as this is a typical age for a senior high school student. There are also 37.5 who are 16 and 12.5% who are 18, with an average of 16.8, showing they're actually mostly around the same age since they're all within the age range. In terms of sex, it's almost even, with 52.5% that are male and 47.5% that are female, reflecting a good distribution from the sample. This gives us a fair and focused sample for our study. And to answer our research question number 2, in terms of the level of educational technology utilization, specifically on MySoul as a learning management system, this table shows how students use the MySoul platform as a learning management system before and during the school year 2024-2025. Now, when you look at the table, students consistently access materials, submitted assignments, viewed grades, and receive updates using the platform, indicating that these features remain valuable and practical for their academic needs. However, communication with teachers through MySoul, notice that yes, you have noticed on the table, decrease over time. This shift may suggest that while certain functions were fully embraced, others like messaging or teacher interaction were not that really effective or utilized as or even supported. This can be explained using the TAM model that I have shown to you, which states that a user acceptance of a tool really depends on how useful and easy the tool is being used. Students may have perceived content related features as more straightforward and beneficial, while communication tools might have seemed less convenient or less effective, influencing their reduced use. This actually highlights the importance of ensuring that all aspects of digital learning platforms meet both functional and user-friendly standards to encourage consistent engagement in the classroom. In terms of Zoom or Google Meet as a video conferencing and communication tool, this table reflects how students engage with Zoom and Google Meet for various online learning activities. At the beginning, these tools were actively used for attending classes, especially during the pandemic, right? Group discussion, these tools are also made use for presentation and even consultations with instructors. However, over time, their use declined across most tasks, suggesting a shift away from live online interactions to the traditional way. This could point to either a change in instructional strategies or students' preferences for more flexible, which is asynchronous learning. Let's go back to the alignment of the framework that I have shown to you in terms of TPAC. Using the TPAC framework in terms of the technological pedagogical content knowledge, this shift really highlights a possible misalignment between technology use and pedagogical design. While Zoom and Google Meet offer strong technological capabilities, where their effectiveness really depends on how well they are integrated into the teaching and learning strategies in terms of the content delivery. Let's say, for example, if a video conferencing was not meaningfully embedded in the learning experience, if that it really enhance understanding, students might have disengaged. TPAC remains or really tell us to remind that successful technology integration requires not just access to tools, but thoughtful use that balance technology, pedagogy, and content to meet the learning goals. This table illustrates Canva's growing role in educational technology content creation and multimedia tasks, showing a slight increase and consistent use from before to during school year 2024-2025. As educators are actually, and not just educators, also students design presentations, create infographics, collaborate on shared files, and explore creative layouts more effectively. Also, this table evaluates the use of Kahoot and Google Forms as assessment and quiz tools among students, comparing engagement before and during the school year across like answering quizzes or completing formative tests, receiving feedback, participating um, gamified things in the classroom, even doing testing lesson understanding. So there is a decline in terms of frequency to from often to sometimes or sustained often using just this year during the year 2024-2025 period, suggesting there's a really a potential shift into reliance or preference for this tool. This is also very interesting table. The table illustrates the increasing use of AI tools like the generative AI on ChatGPT, DeepSeek, and even Perplexity as supplemental and inquiry tool for learning, with a shift from sometimes to often during the school year 2024-2025. Like they're making use of this to generate ideas, researching topics, editing grammar, comparing responses, and enhancing academic work, and even to follow the ethical guidelines. This table demonstrates the growing adoption of Google Documents and Slides as a collaborative and cloud-based tool, with engagement shifting often to always during the school year 2024-2025 for tasks like designing presentation, editing shared files, and even commenting on group outputs real time. This increase actually use and align with the technological acceptance model where perceived ease of use and usefulness drive technology adoption as these tools streamline collaboration and accessibility, enhancing user acceptance. This table reflects how students are increasingly relying on Turnitin to ensure academic integrity and improve their writing, with the usage from sometimes to often. And this actually used for revising drops based on based on Turnitin feedback, understanding similarity reports, and even sharpening their writing and citation skills that is related to Turnitin and plagiarism detection and citation tools. In terms of the summary, the table highlights notable shifts in EdTech tool usage under MySoul learning management system, reflecting how technology is being integrated more into education. Canva remained at always, Google Doc remains often, and both Turnitin and ChatGPT sometimes too often, suggesting there is a growing trust in tools that promote academic integrity and AI-assisted learning. Meanwhile, Zoom, Google Meet really declines from often to sometimes, likely due to return to face-to-face classes, I believe, while Kahoot and Google Forms remained often, scoring continued preference from engaging into the digital assessment. Thus, this is consistency on the use of edtech tools across categories in the classroom. The t-test result shows a notable shifts in edtech tools usage and the central platforms used heavily during the pandemic for fully online classes, showing a decrease in mean usage from 3.06 to 2.49 as schools transition back to face-to-face learning. However, this drop was not statistically significant, indicating that while usage declined, it wasn't substantial enough to suggest a major change in how it was integrated into the classroom routine. This implies that MySoul continues to play a relevant role in blended learning setups, even if it's no longer primary mode of delivery. For part three, on the level of a student's training participation, the data indicates a general improvement in training and upskilling efforts from before and during school year 2024-2025. Although online, hybrid, and external trainings remained within the low category, all showed slight increases in terms of the weighted mean, reflecting the gradual progress in participation or perhaps perceived usefulness. The most notable shift was in on-site training offered by Silliman University, which increased from low to high, meaning to say this suggests a growing preference for face-to-face professional development sessions, such as training workshop hosted by Global Study Center, for example, or even the College of Education. So yes, there is a low to high level in terms of trainings participations to our students. And yes, the paired sample t-test shows significant increase in terms of training and upskilling efforts from before and during the school year 2024-2025. And this suggests that the students' participation in training really improve meaningfully. The positive shift may be attributed to more accessible targeted training sessions, which has a mean of 2.16 and 2.50. So this finding suggests the highlights of Silliman University's growing commitment to professional development as face-to-face learning is being resumed. Lastly, the total data on training and upskilling hours shows that the highest percentage of students, which is 42.5%, dedicated to 6 to 10 hours to training for students. This suggests that many students are actually balancing their academic workload with additional skill development. For example, a student might spend 2 hours per week attending online workshop or webinars offered by GSC, for example, related to the field of study, enhancing their learning experiences without overwhelming their schedule. So the highest category is 6 to 10 hours, reflecting is there is really a commitment to personal and academic growth, aligning with a manageable study routine for our students. For the conclusion, the study concludes that the use of educational technology tools is relevant and essential tools in the learning experiences of senior high school students at Silliman University. The consistent and increase of the platforms such as Canva, MySoul, and AI tools like ChatGPT and DeepSeek shows that these technologies have become integral part of students' academic routine. Despite the low participation in formal AI upskilling, the rise in on-site training attendance shows a growing interest and willingness to learn when opportunities are made accessible for our students. This results really emphasize the need for continuous support from teachers through the framework or the TPEC-based instruction and the importance of training to improve students' confidence and ability to use technology effectively. Thus, educational technology tools still are very essential and necessary in supporting student learning to improve engagement and even preparing learners for future academic and professional demands. I'd also like to share some recommendations for this study. The study's recommended integration of educational technology tools in the classroom instruction. Also, study encourage a continuous professional development for teachers and for students in terms of the emergence of technologies. And there is also a need to include structured digital literacy module into the curriculum to really build students' confidence and skills in the use of the platforms or LMS such as the MySoul in Silliman or Our Soul in Silliman, Canva and AI tools and other edtech tools. Lastly, it is very important also to consider in monitoring and evaluating students' tools usage and learning outcomes regularly to really guide and refine the EdTech implementation and ensure it continues to meet to students' need. Thus, Silliman University actually adopting technology-enhanced learning in the classroom. That is all my presentation this afternoon. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you very much, Sir Johnson Palama, for your wonderful presentation on the utilization of educational tools among senior high school students from Silliman University. Sir, we're actually running out of time, but can you answer this question very shortly? It's from Miss Oriel Lisa. It is very interesting to note that there is no significant difference in the use of MySoul or LMS before and during school year 2024 to 2025. I know the factor or reason, perhaps. Sir John? Muted ka, sir. Muted.
Sorry. Based on the table I've shown a while ago to my presentation, even though there's a slight drop in the result, the difference isn't not that significant because the p-value is 0.074, meaning students still actually regularly use MySoul. For example, teachers continue to upload class materials there in the classroom, so students could access content anytime. So assignments were still actually submitted through the platforms, allowing teachers to give quick feedback. So this shows that MySoul still, even if it's not significant, still remained important part in the classroom routine, especially in blended learning, where both online and in-person strategies and combine. And maybe because also we transitioned and shifted from the blended learning or the full online classes to transition and shift it to the face-to-face class, the face-to-face or traditional learning. That's why it's really not that really significant, but it doesn't mean it's not significant. They're not using MySoul. They're actually using MySoul through submissions of their assignments and of course accessing feedback from the teachers.
I see. Thank you very much, Sir John, for that short response. And of course, there are other questions in the chat box. Please feel free to answer them as we push through with the closing of our program because this is our last presentation. So first, let us award Sir John the same certificate of recognition for his presentation entitled Utilization of Educational Technology Tools among Senior High School Students of Silliman University, signed by our director, Dr. Dave E. Marshall. Um, so let us now proceed to the closing ceremonies or the closing remarks of our.
All right.
Okay.
So thank you to all our presenters for your insightful contributions. As we bring today's conference to close, we are honored to hear a message from Dr. Gina Bunyor, the Dean of the College of Education here in Silliman University.
Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of the College of Education at Silliman University, especially our graduate program, I would like to thank you for joining this two-day conference on educational technology. I would like also to thank particularly our guests from other countries and also our participants from the Philippines. It's a long holiday, long weekend because we have our national elections on Monday, but you have made time. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Owafa Kwarnike, for reminding us how to lead curriculum innovation in the digital age. Thank you also, Professor Dr. Rania Lampu, for showing us how pedagogy and technology can work together for deeper learning. Thanks, Professor Ana Cheryl Ramos, for sharing with us timely trends in instructional design, and Miss Anne Michelle Medina, who walked us through the shift from traditional assessment to more meaningful technology-enabled ones. Daghan kaayang salamat. Each session has sparked important conversations and given us practical tools to bring back to our classrooms and institutions, something for us to reflect on and consider in the context of the changes in our educational landscape. Of course, we cannot let this moment pass without giving a special congratulations or MA in Educational Technology students in the class of Dr. Dave Marshall and other professors in the program who shared their research outputs as well as their insights and reflections on the promise, issues, and concerns surrounding e-learning and the use of educational technology in this age and time. You have made us proud and your work adds so much value to the field. We hope that your participation in the conference will continue to inspire you to explore further for the future of educational innovation. As we head back to our respective roles, let us carry this momentum with us. Always try something new, keep exploring, and continue creating learning environments where technology empowers both teachers and students. Let me now leave you with this quote from George Couros, who said, and I quote, "Technology will never replace great teachers, but technology in the hands of great teachers can be truly transformational." Daghan kaayong salamat. Thank you very much. Maraming salamat po. And have a good day, everyone. Congratulations on the success of this two-day conference. God bless you.
Thank you, Dr. Bunyor. We now kindly request all participants to accomplish our online evaluation form. Your feedback helps us improve future events. Yes, before we officially end, let us take a group photo opportunity. Please turn on your cameras. All right.
Okay, for those who are able, please turn on your cameras so that we may take us a group picture of all the participants.
All right. In in 3, 2, 1, please smile. Another one. Another one. Three, two, 3, 2, 1, smile. Okay na?
Yes.
All right. So, right. So
Okay.
we now kindly request all participants to accomplish our online evaluation form, which is on your screen, the QR code, and also in the chat box, we have also the link, Sir Fred. Okay. So your feedback helps us improve future events. So please kindly take the evaluation form. So the link is already in the chat box. You can use the link for you to evaluate for today's events.
Okay. Also, as you fill out the evaluation form, that will be our basis for your certificate of attendance. This will be emailed to you. So kindly fill out the evaluation form so we will know your full name and your email address.
Okay.
Okay, so you can take a screenshot of this screen, and you can also click on the link that is shared to you via the Zoom chat. And as we end this program, and we thank everyone for joining us. It has been a wonderful day with you all, sharing insights, discussions, and knowledge. This has been Russell Ray Bashao,
And this is Missy Silva, your
your moderator for
moderator for
today's
today's conference.
conference. Thank you
Thank you
very
for
much for
joining
joining
us.
us, and see you on
See
our
you at
next
our next
learning event.
learning event. God bless us
God
all.
bless us all.